Oh, hi Harry. And how have you been? Right, okay. Now, let's see. So, what have you been up to today, Harry? The weather noise in this, I can't get it any lower. If I go lower than this, there's no noise at all. It's a pity. Because once there's a storm, it's it's pretty noisy. Good, thanks. Yeah, tiny bit under the weather. Just a tiny bit, you know. Uh, uh, been having a couple of bad days with my back and some other things. But it's nothing I can't work through, you know. I'm still alive. That's the main thing, isn't it? Hmm. Nice, Fallout 4. Oh, cool. Yeah, such classics, Fallout 4 and Skyrim. Oblivion is such a great game. I would, I would, I would pay good money to see a redo of Oblivion. You know, change it over to, a really good engine. We add a few quests. You know, one of the few games I would do. You know. Oh, New Vegas, yeah, that's an absolute, that's real old school, you know. You just, I don't know, it's so immersive. Let's say with Fallout 4 and that, I found that New Vegas more immersive. Yeah. Yeah, it can be a bit brutal because I'll tell you why. Let's say from where you wind up in that town, there's two ways down. Well, there's three if you want to go the long way. But two places, there's a bottleneck and you're blocked off by death claws. And I think the other one, it's full of those cazadors. So you'd have to be kind of tough, to get through it. And trying to run for it is not really going to work much either. You'd have to fight your way down. The cazadors are probably the best bet. But even when you pass the cazadors, there's a good chance, where you reach that bottleneck, um, you'll get a couple of death claws that show up. Aren't they? Yeah, yeah. What I used to do is I used to farm the Legion. They have some, anti-venom and stuff. And, if you do a sneak with a power fist, you don't lose any credit, with them. Oh, hi Bertrand. And how have you been? Oh, Harry joined just about a minute after me. Oh, you mean as that? Oh, yeah. My flight is at 8:50 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, cool. Cool. I hope everything goes well and you travel safely, Bertrand. Third. You're third. You get the bronze, Terry. Harry got the gold. Bertrand got the silver. You're on bronze. Yeah, you don't feel the time going. And how have you been, Terry? Yeah? You better behave now, Terry. Okay, let me get something to drink. Oh yeah, you're going home. That will be yeah, cool. So, did you get to your dentist after, Terry? Had you gone in the beginning, the job might have been a bit easier. It's never good to, you know, especially if you get a gum infection. Oh my god. Yeah, you could needlessly lose a couple of teeth because of that. Nice, yeah, some rest on Monday. Then work 4 to 9:30 on Tuesday. Nice. Oh, hi, O'Keefe. Oh, my pleasure. How have you been? Oh, and thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. I appreciate you dropping by and lurking, O'Keefe. You do know, Terry, Harry loves banning viewers called Terry. He was telling me one time he absolutely hates viewers called Terry, and he's itching to ban them. Hi, Tags. How are you? Did 702 a week ago. On a Saturday. That's good to hear. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. A little bit under the weather. Yeah, a tiny bit. You know what it's like. You have conditions and flare up every now and again. But I'm working through it. I'm pretty decent, thanks for asking. Oh, we're just joking, you Terry, but you know that. So, I managed to get a few more resources today, a little bit more tar, a bit of fine mud. We should have enough to start in the bottom section of the warehouse and get that thing out of the way. But what I wanted to do was, for a little bit before we get tangled up in the building, I've cleared a little area here, and there's a few things I want to take out. A house there, there's a boat, and there's that one there and that one there. We'll take those. And there's a nice little area here, and I wanted to try and push back. This is probably plains area. We just be careful, and we'll see if we can get that out. But to be honest, after taking these here, we're probably best to push up here and finish this, so we won't have to backtrack. We can leave the portal behind then. Okay, we'll just push out now, just clear those areas, and then we should be good. We'll get to the warehouse, and I have some stuff that we'll use. Where is it anyway? PS1. This one here. Pretty good, as crazy as ever. Yeah. Getting crazier every year. Oh. So, what's a UAP? What's that an acronym for? Tags? World War II vet. This past week. Oh, cool. What branch did he serve in, Warton? My granduncles were infantry. Well, that was the Great War. Navy, nice. Although my mum had an uncle who was in the Merchant Marines. Yeah, during World War II. The supply ships, the ones that got devastated by the U-boats, those ones. 44 to 48, nice. Oh, UFOs. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Cool. But don't remember it. Oh. Ah. Yeah, mine too. All of my granddad's family served in the Great War. No problem, Harry. Yeah, I think that's what they call it. The British Navy, the Merchant Marines. A minesweeper, yeah. Yeah, they were a weird ship. And the minesweeping tanks, they were something to behold. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would imagine so, tanks. I did. I met. Well, I'm old. I met a good few vets. I met pilots. You know, Navy. Um, I remember I was drinking in a bar one time, and I met a Holocaust survivor from the camps. I was skeptical to believe him. His age was about right. Let's say he would have been about 14 or 15 during that time, until I seen his tattoo on his arm. You know. Oh, I see. Yeah. Left or so. Yeah, they would be quite old. The Second World War ended in 45. They would have at least been in their 20s, and that's my God. There wouldn't be many left. No. I've met some very interesting people in my time. Right, let's do a little bit here. I'll leave this here while I just go collect that house down there. Ah, the storm is over. Now, at least I can hear myself speak. The sound effects are a bit loud in this game. Even, I can't turn it down anymore or else there's no sound. No. This guy, I met someone genuine actually one time. You know, he was a recluse. You know, he was living. Actually, he was living in Berlin. He never moved. We asked him why, and he said, that they wiped out his family, and he was the only one left, and he was stubborn. He wasn't going to move. I would, to be honest. I couldn't live like that. Yeah, I was skeptical. You hear some guys, but this guy, he didn't really say it. It kind of came out. We were discussing things and that, and it came out slowly. It wasn't like he kind of, pushed it out there. You wouldn't be doing that. But he had the tattoo, the whole thing. He would have been about 15, 16, I suppose, at the time. I was at most of those places. There is still quite a few left, Okay. Right. Okay, let's do a little bit here, guys. We just need these two and we want to take down a house. Oh, sugar. That's a classic mistake. No, but the subject was, interesting people. That side of it was a bit dark, but still, interesting. I don't know if interesting is how they would describe themselves. Such a terrible, terrible time in history. hopefully, you know, there was a serious lesson learned about how quickly we can sink into such terror, such, oh my god, such inhumanity. It's you know, horrible. And the people who did this, almost seem normal. If they were like crazy, kind of, out there kind of people, you'd say, well, yeah. But these people were like, before this, everyday people, you know, doctors, nurses, you know, shopkeepers. But it goes to show you too, the kind of mob mentality and the unwavering, what's the word I'm looking for? Nationalist kind of thinking where anything is acceptable if you personally think it's a benefit to the state. Oh my god. Hmm. Croc playing Skyrim, nice. Okay, right, we won't talk about that anymore, that's kind of taboo. So, right, let's get that house. So, anybody been up to anything interesting? I'm just going here to get this house, and then we can duck back. It's not much, but it's still a little blip on the map. There it is there. I was here actually hunting a little while, well, earlier today. But I hadn't time for this. If I stopped for all of these, we'd have no food. Give us something to do. Come on. There. There we go. That was easy. Right, let's get this junk back. That's enough from there. So I want to take out that. And I want to take out that. And then, I don't know, will we head towards the mountains or... Oh no. Let's just take out this one and the boat. And then we'll head up and clear that small area. Well, a little bit of it anyway. I want to get pretty early to the... Where are we anyway? Here. Okay. Back to the warehouse. We have a good kind of stockpile of materials. So I think it's time we put it to work. Nothing much for you. I went to Southend Amusement Park. Nice, last Friday. That's about it. That sounds nice. Especially in this time of year. It must have been, pretty cool. Have they got water parks there and everything? Nice. Fun. Cool. Would that be like, it wouldn't be like Butlins. Butlins is more of a kind of family stay over thing. Is Butlins still going, actually, Harry? That used to be big in the 90s. No, Butlins holiday parks. Probably not. Probably not. 2 water rides there. Oh, nice. I'd imagine it was absolutely packed. Right, this is where we were, so we'll gather up this junk here and we'll have a look at this boat. So we're kind of finished here. So this is... which one? Oh yeah, PS1. Right. Let's have a look at this. There's a boat down here. But I don't want to take it unless I find that stupid treasure chest. And I don't have the wishbone. It's got to be here somewhere. It's usually around the center, I'd say. So let's see if we can get this guy. Oh, there it is. You see it? Look at it there. Hey! We got it. We got it. Now all I gotta do is take that little guy out. I wonder what a pick would probably get that one there. Yeah, it is the metal one. It tends to do a little bit of harm. Yay! Ah, that's a way to clear that. That's it, that's done. We even got the chest. There. Done. Nice. Now, all we gonna do is get that guy there. Yeah, that would be cool. And then we'll head up towards the plains. That was easy enough after. Now there's a chamber here somewhere I marked out. I think it's on this hill. Okay. Well, I've marked it, so... oh, it's a good bit down here. It's actually a good bit down. There it is. We'll take this and then we're good. Right, we'll set up camp here. We'll murder these guys, and then we'll push forward. Yeah, I believe they are still going, but not many customers. Yeah, I didn't see much of their advertisements lately. Well, you see, you're dealing with another generation now. You know, back 90s and 80s, you know, in the UK, they tended to holiday at home, you know, at the seaside resorts and stuff like that. The next generation like to travel, you know, Spain, Portugal, Ibiza, you know, those places. So I'd imagine they're gone down a bit. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, didn't they get that Welsh actress from Heidi High to do some commercials before your time, Terry? Or Harry, sorry. You know, to advertise that holiday park. No problem. I hope you have a good rest, Wartron, and I hope you have a great day. And I hope you have a safe flight tomorrow. So how was your day, Tags? I'm still kind of in a bit of pain, to be honest, but yeah, I think I can push through it. I usually, if I'm playing this for a while, it tends to abate. That's something that would distract me. Oh, sugar, what was this gate called again? Oh yeah, PS1. Get rid of the junk we have, and then we'll raid that one. And due to recent war events, there won't be many. No. To be honest, the 2 years or so during the pandemic when people stopped You know, the little things they were doing. Um, a lot of them just changed their trends then, you know. Yeah, Heidi High. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. A Welsh actress, wasn't she? I forget her name. She did a few commercials. I don't know if it was Butlins or Pontins. One or the other. Penny. That's the one. You never forget Penny. You must remember then the comedy series, The Last of the Summer Wine, Compo and, you know, the guys. I think one of the guys did, the guy with that peaky hat, I think one of the guys did the voice for Wind in the Willows. Sounded a lot like him anyway. Yeah, Root something. Yeah, yeah. Root something. Ah, some classic BBC TV series during the 70s and even the 80s. You know, you ever remember that? It was a uh, comedy prison TV show called Porridge. Ronnie Barker and, oh, I forget the other guy. Beckendale, something Beckendale. But he was the actress's dad, you know, from that vampire thing. Kate Beckinsale's dad. Yeah. And Ronnie Barker. Two guys in a cell. It was a comedy series about those. It was called Porridge. On the buses. And, of course, Delby. Richard Jensen, isn't it? No, David Jensen. Yeah. Yeah. He did another one as well, didn't he? The Darling Buds of May, with Michael Douglas's wife, that Welsh actress. Yeah. Oh, Rising Damp. Now that was a classic. What was the guy's name? He did another kind of series as well, Tarek. Rising Damp. Leonard Rossiter. That was his name. Leonard Rossiter. Rising Damp. Oh, there was another one. Oh. The Fall and Rise of Reginald Pearl. You remember that one? Oh, he was a classic. Yeah, Leonard Rossiter. Hi, Tarek. How have you been? Yeah, they're definitely worth delving into. You could go all the way back then to, you know, the 60s and that with Steptoe and Son. My God, Steptoe was huge in the 60s in the UK. Like, during the elections, I think, in 1964, the Prime Minister asked the TV station not to air Steptoe and Son during elections, you know, to delay the time because they were afraid that people wouldn't come out and vote. That's how popular Steptoe and Son was. But it had a few scandals, you know. Yes, open all hours. Yeah, that's right. A little grocery shop. And I think that was Ronnie Barker, wasn't it? Yeah, Ronnie Barker and David Jensen, yeah. Lost a half a day's play today due to... Oh. How did you manage to... I've never had a corrupt save. What happened? Did you have to go back a save, let's say, on a little thing? Yeah, never had a corrupt save. Hmm. Did you have to go in, let's say, to your save lineup and delete that one and just go back to the one before it? Yeah. Oh, PC. Ah, yeah. I think Tarek is... you're playing on PC then? Oh. Yeah, I thought you were playing on Xbox. Very rare on console, yeah. Extremely rare, except when you're playing Fallout 4. Then they're not so rare. Extremely rare. I think we'll leave the potions back for a while. We'll be in the burial chamber. We need all the room, you know, we can get. Didn't know that. I suppose because the games are more optimized for console and it's a kind of set thing, you know, a bit less, whereas, you know, consoles, depending on their parts and that, are very, very different. You know, each one almost individual, I suppose, to a certain extent. Well, way more than console. I bought a couple of Creation Club items for Skyrim. I got the farming one and Stendar's hammer. Nice. Nice. The farming one. Isn't that, you mean the little place? Yeah, where you can do that big farm. You get that quest. The anniversary edition gave us all of the ones up till then. I think it was in there. Not sure about Stendar's hammer. Yeah, yeah. I'd imagine on this it would be. Yeah. That's in the anniversary edition. Like up until then, you get all of them, Harry. How much is an upgrade anyway? You know. Yeah, that was my favorite thing. That something place was called. That with the ghost one, and the Daedric horse. Out from that, the rest was rubbish. Yeah, you picked well on that one. I would be as well, half a day. Well, it could be worse, Tark. Your entire saves could have been corrupted, and you'd have to start from scratch again, and that would be much worse. You know? But yeah, I would be annoyed. And you're vaxxed. Oh, cool. So you're safe then, Andy. How have you been? Hi, Andy. And how's your day been? I brought the hammer, but I'm very happy. Takes 100 carry weight away, just about 70 damage. Nice. Stendar's hammer. I wonder if I think I might have had that in the anniversary edition. I'm not sure. I never play with magical weapons. It's one of the rules I have. I just put them up for ornaments. Now, okay, let's just put these away for a second, because we'll probably need the room. Right, let's go back and hit that little burial chamber. But I sourced a good bit of junk today, Targ. We should have enough tar to, I'd say, finish that bottom section. If not, we'll be pretty close, I'd say. Oh, sugar. Yeah, just let's leave it in here for a moment. I forgot one. We're getting there. Soon I'll have all of this junk out of here. And I can get back to what I was doing on this settlement. I got a level 1 Adrenaline in Markra. Ah, nice. I'm okay. Played a bit earlier. Nice. Did you do something on your build today, or no, were you just getting resources and stuff? What happened to Fallout 4 settlement? Oh, still going. Just took a little vacation, you know. I've been playing that game a long time. I was kind of getting bored, not bored, burnt out. You know what it's like? So I needed a little break. I can do a little bit of building in this. I'm definitely going to get back to it. But you know what it's like. You know, even your favourite games, Harry, you know, after a while they tend to be like a job. fun kind of, when you get a good break, let's say, on another game, and get back to it, you can, you'd get back to it with more passion, I suppose. Spent 3 hours in the hospital waiting room today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Andy. Ashley needed to get more baby tests. Oh, I know it's very stressful. I remember when my kids were, not feeling well, going through tests and stuff. Extremely stressful. I hope everything is okay, and I hope, it's just something really simple. It is. After a long time, it's needed. Like, I did probably 12, 15,000 hours, maybe more. What am I talking about? I did 20,000 hours easy on that game, without stopping. It's a long time. I done a lot of landscaping, nice, and had completed the upper floor of the first unit of my new build. Cool. Oh, it's all gone. All gone. I'm kind of used to losing a lot of time, Targ. On the likes of Fallout, let's say, there was even one situation where we almost had a settlement built. We put about, my God, about 70, 80 hours in. And I think we picked up a bug or something, and we had to start it again. It's a common thing. I'm kind of used to losing a bit of time. But when it comes to building, you'll lose a bit of time. You have to kind of go with the flow. I bought a new game, spent around 20 hours of playtime in 3 days, and now I'm burnt out. Yeah. You would, you do too much. Especially if you have, a busy life, Harry. No, you're okay. No, I was just saying it's a common thing, Targ, when you're building, to lose time. Usually not to the bug. It's a pity about the bug, but it is extremely annoying. Extremely annoying. But I find when you get back to it, you did it before, you get it done quicker because now you know what you want. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know the process, the tests and stuff. But I remember when my oldest was really young. I think he was just 6, 8 months old. And they thought he had meningitis, So that was stressful. So, yeah, I know where you are. I managed to put my keep together a bit more today. Nice. If you put up the iCommands, you should be able to get I'll have to look into it and, to see how to put up the rest of those commands. You should have access, Harry, I think, to the bot. Only about 6 hours of play. Yeah, I find that. Let's say if I did the base of a settlement, knew exactly what I wanted. Let's say I lost it. I do it in half the time. Yeah. And then sometimes it actually works out better because, maybe I might wanted to make a few minor changes, as well. Sometimes. Exclamation mark commands will bring up that, but I'm sure I give access to the bot to mods. I think you should be able to put in a few commands into it if you know how to do it. I was messing about. I did the kind of lurk message thing. Took me ages to try and figure it out. There's tons of symbols and codes and stuff you've got to put in. But if you're familiar with stuff like that, it should be easy. Mostly just map loss. The biggest loss I ever had on a game, guys, was on Fallout 4. We were doing a settlement building playthrough, I had 2017 hours on a save. We had 21 settlements finished. And due to a bug called the 0 kilobyte bug, we lost everything. 2017 hours. And we had to start again. Now that's a loss. That's a lot of time. Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I'll have a look at it later, and I might be more familiar with it, you know. But yeah, it would be easy to kind of mess the bot up. Quite right. Okay, let's get in here. I'll have a look later. But I've been just so into this and some other things, and I've been kind of busy lately. You know, that new addition to the family, and you know what it's like. My God, how many of these did I take out? I must have taken out 100 of these chambers. Yeah, let's get this guy first. Well, I do know one thing. We're not going to be going shy for yellow mushrooms for a while. This is a... Oh! This is a ring of rosy. Yeah. We call this a ring of rosy. It's just going around in a circle. Okay. Right. Straight through. Okay, we do this one first. Here. New edition. Yeah, about 5 days ago, I think, or a week ago. New granddaughter, you know. So, you know, kind of busy. You know what it's like. New kid in the family. You know. Tiny, tiny little baby girl. Yeah, was it now about a week, guys, I'd say? Yeah, about a week. I have no, sense of time anymore. You know, since I stopped working. PlayStation 4 mainly, but I play on PC too. Nice. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, well, thank you, Harry. Yeah, that's 2 grandkids. My nephew has been... That's because he's had some breathing problems. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he recovers quickly. But it's probably the heat and humidity. Has he got a lung condition like asthma or something? Or maybe undiagnosed asthma? Breathing problems. Probably asthma. But I hope it's just something simple and maybe a tiny chest infection, and you know, hopefully they'll do something for him and he recovers quickly. Oh, that's right, your nephew is tiny. Just a little baby. Oh my. He's all good now, that's good. Yeah, they're, you know, I've had a couple of kids and scary, you know, very, very scary. You'll lose a lot of sleep, you know, especially in their first year of their life. You know, they're definitely very vulnerable. You know, you're always terrified if they're too warm, too cold, you know. They might get covered by their blanket, you know, all of that stuff. Yeah, very, very stressful. new babies. Definitely, yeah. You're constantly worrying. You know, even you're waking up at night and you're rushing over to see if everything is okay. But once they get a little bit bigger, you know, about 12 months old, a bit more, you know, you're more, you know, kind of calm down a bit. But still, you know, they're always a worry, you know, falling problems and all that. You know, I remember when my kids were young, I took everything out of the way, all the corners, and it was like a bouncy castle in here. Yeah, I hope he recovers quickly. But as you said, it is common with young kids. The heat, as well, you know, wouldn't be you know, really agreeing with him either, I'd say. But number one priority is to make sure that he's not covered up too much, or he's not too cold. You know, I've seen people, the way they tuck up kids, you know, on that, and they can overheat pretty quickly. You know, you want to keep them warm and you want to keep them safe, but you know, you've got to let the air circulate around them as well. The best thing to do would be, you know, just have them in a little baby grow. Very, very light blanket, and make sure, you know, you get the room temperature right and keep it that way, keep it constant, you know. On Thursday to go help them, so they rely on my parents a lot, as they've got the experience. Well, she'd understand about, you know, covering up your kids too much and that, and how it can really, you know, be quite dangerous. Everything from their food, you know, to the temperature. You know, once they get a little bit older, it's not so bad. But you remember that case in Britain about, in the UK, Harry, about 10 years ago? Maybe a bit more. Maybe you wouldn't remember, you would have been just a kid. This couple had a baby, but they thought the baby food was too expensive, so they started feeding the baby normal food, you know, like carrots, potatoes and all of that, and the baby died. But I think they were charged with manslaughter, 2nd degree. Yeah, they did some serious time. Yeah, the babies can't handle normal food, you know. Oh my. Because he was born very early and got asthma. So it's possible. I think it is possible. I think if one of your parents have asthma, it does slightly increase the risk. It could be asthma, as I said. Yeah. Well, at least, you know, it was non-cancerous. Yeah, you remember that? I'm sure they didn't mean to do it, but, you know, it just goes to show too, you know, the care of a little baby. It's complicated. Oh, silly, stupid people. Yeah. I felt like strangling both of them for being so stupid. But no matter how silly they are, you know, you've got to pity them. You know how much they feel. Oh, unbelievably careful. As I said, very, very taxing, very stressful. You know, taking care of a little kid. Oh, hi, Nightfather. How are you? Hope you've been well. Have you changed your tag recently? Probably not. Not bad. On a movie binge. Cool. So, what have you been watching? Ah, Skyrim Slayer. Now I remember you. Yeah, Skyrim Slayer. How have you been? So, what kind of movies were you watching? Oh, classic. Yeah, Predator. Aliens. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's one of my favorites. Alien versus Predator. That's cool. Yeah, three good ones. You have good taste. Yeah, Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Jesse Ventura as well. You know, he was the tobacco chewing guy. You remember Jesse? He got his chest blew open, didn't he? The guy with the large Gatling gun. He was governor, wasn't he, of some US state after a while, and did a TV show, you know, about conspiracies and stuff. Yeah, he seemed to be a kind of an okay guy. Wasn't Florida, was some other, he was governor of some state for a while. Yeah, and a wrestler as well. Yeah, actor, wrestler, governor, you name it. He's been there. Yeah, Jesse Ventura. Some old classics like that. Running Man was awesome. Red Heat with Belushi, that was decent. These are Schwarzenegger movies. Twins was kind of okay. Comedy with Danny DeVito. If it wasn't for DeVito, the whole thing would have been lost, but watchable, I suppose. Commando, now that was that was an old classic, wasn't it? That was definitely an old classic. Okay, I think we got it, guys. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we've done this one. This side was pretty extensive. And then we go out this way. Here, isn't it? My, that was a large one. Okay, we do this one. Yeah, now we're getting the kind of dead ends now. Okay, we've just got one more left and then we've done this guy. I watched that today too. Nice. Yes, same time zone. Yeah, it's what, almost 2 a.m. Ooh. Some real classics. But when I, you know, want to watch a movie, usually I always wind up going back to the movies, let's say, released during probably, you know, between, let's say, 83 and 93. That kind of tenure, that kind of decade, you know. Yeah. Let's say all through the 80s and the early 90s, you know, there was some really good movies. Maybe a bit kind of cliche, some of them, but still, you know, pretty good. Oh yeah, the original Star Wars. Alec Guinness and, you know, all the guys, pretty decent. I watched them all again, I think last year. Yeah. Yeah, the likes of Rambo and all of that stuff. Yeah, they did actually rule the cinema. Yeah. That's it, guys. This was pretty nasty. Maybe this one. Oh, hang on, we're not finished yet. collect our junk. Well, that's it, guys. We're done. That's everything. Not a ton here, but still. At least we have it off the map now, and I don't feel rested anymore either. We're not rested anymore. Okay, make a difference. We need to get out of here now. That's it. We're done on this. We'll shoot back with this guy and we'll mark this as finished. Ta-da! Done. Big fan. Nice. You like ours photo Netflix, the documentary on him is called Arnold. I found it really interesting. Nice. Terminator movies, yeah, were pretty decent. In Aliens, yeah, which is completely coincidental. Nice. Leah. Nice. Yeah, Aliens. Sigourney Weaver, wasn't it? Some really old classics. Alright, let's put these away. We'll get some rest and then we'll carry on. We'll just do a little bit more. This is nice and handy in the Black Forest, you know. Maybe get a little bit more food. Because, you know, we're going to be doing a good bit on that warehouse. So this will be a little break from it for a while. Well, I'll have to go to the trader shortly and sell this junk, you know that. I might start moving it over to, you know, I want to make a little treasury as well. Definitely want to make some kind of treasury. I suppose while we're here, you know, we might do a few feathers as well. I'll go down and get some obsidian. Yeah, we'll do a few arrows during the night. That's something we can't get enough of either, that obsidian for making arrows. I use a ton of arrows. Yeah, that should do. Should be able to get 50 wood as well more. Yep, I'll do it. Right, we'll make a few arrows, we'll move on. Good night everyone, much love, and thanks for hanging out, Terry. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Terry. Bye. Oh yeah, we're making arrows. definitely don't have enough wood here, but we'll get a few of these in. Yeah, we'll make a few arrows for a moment. Right, let's go down and get some more wood, probably. Dump off these arrows. No such thing as having too many of these arrows. But I really want to start looking, taking every opportunity I can. Eventually, this arrow thing will have to start killing the birds. I should take every opportunity I can to start killing those birds for feathers. I've been definitely slipping on that. Rewatch Aliens. It's been a while for me as well. 555, yeah. Get your filthy hands off her. No, not yet. Not yet. Well, I did with this one. We called it, what do we call this? Raven Lodge or Raven Manor. Yeah, we call this Raven Manor here. And eventually get around to naming the islands as well. I just wanted, Raven Manor we call this. Which I thought was kind of fitting, with all the ravens. Targ Towers. But what I'll do is, we'll name the islands later, and the houses and that. What I'll do with each of these is, I'll put up a plaque for, the viewers, whoever wants them, on certain buildings and that. That's what I usually used to do in Fallout. We would, name them and put them up. We just needed to get one of them finished before we, start sorting it out. Every little island will have a portal so we can get over and back to it without using a ship. I can't change the size of the letters, so I made sure both of them were exactly the same, 5 letters. So that way you get a nice kind of even look on the sign. So yeah, we call it Raven Manor. Crazy clubhouse. Croconesia. But what we'll do is each of these islands, you see these? Well, this one would, that's just one, isn't it? No, this consists of 2. You see the break here? So that's a separate island from this one. This one is the same because it is actually an island. It's a tiny bit there. So each of these will have a portal. And what we'll do is we'll name each one, right about here. Maybe just over it or beside it here. Preferably on the water. Croco Kingdom. We'll eventually get around to that. Perfect. Okay, let's go all this. And that will be enough just to make sure. We had enough arrows, but, just to start getting them out. Trimming them down. I'm going to eventually make a huge stockpile of those arrows, but the feather thing, that's going to be kind of restricting. The feather thing is going to be kind of restricting. So I'll have to prioritize shooting those birds. Gonna lurk, gonna do something, no problem, Harry. And thanks for lurking, appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, once we get a little bit more done here, we'll get more organized. Almost got it. There's not much left in that, that would do. So, we'd want to prioritize shooting birds whenever we see them. Yeah, I worked it out. Each bird we kill is 3 feathers, so every 2 birds would be about 60 arrows. Not bad. There. So that was what we'll do, we'll kind of prioritize that. Right, let's fix this guy up and we'll see if we'll get some sleep and then we can move on. I don't think he'll sleep, I think we'll walk through the night there, which is not a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's move out. We're done. We have plenty enough arrows now. That's 2 things, you know. We want to be prioritizing that obsidian. Wood. We get that anywhere. And definitely the feathers. That'll probably be the hardest part. No. There's some weapons I didn't use at all. I'm still working on blunt. There they are. I'm still working on blunt. Where is it? Clubs. 76. Once I get blunt out, guys, I might go for that knife. You see that knife? That sounds fun. I make the best knife I can. Probably a silver knife. I'm gonna try that. Then I'll try spears. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've got top tier on the silver. Yeah. And the iron. But that's in storage now, on display. Oh, sorry, you're talking to Andy. Yeah. You're talking to Andy. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, these guys here. Because you want to make the helmet, isn't it? Well, I had a few here somewhere. Yeah, those guys. You need one of those to make the helmet. The Drake trophy. Yeah, that thing I'm wearing there. Yeah, that's right, you need it for the helmet. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, we're pretty good. Knives, yeah, I'm looking forward to using knives. I'll use knives next, once I get the blunt done. But, you know, that it's taking so much time doing the blunt. Okay, you see, I wanted to kind of push forward here. See, this could go on forever down here, maybe too far. So while we're here, I wanted to push forward down here along the coast and finish what we started down here, which would leave this open. So I'd say that's what we do. We'll just do it for a little while, guys. You know, and then we'll get straight back to the warehouse. I've got a ton of stuff there now waiting to go in. and we'll prioritize the warehouse. You know, getting the heavy stuff done. It should be fun. We haven't done any building for a while. And I'll have the bow ready on this because of the deer. Right, I need to basically go straight up from there. Ah, blueberries as well. You know, I'm all for getting blueberries and more food if we come across them. Yeah, that's where we're going, down this way. Gotta make sure we finish this map properly. I haven't done that mountain properly yet. We'll get back to that from the other side. We do need to clear the edges though. Oh. Fancy meeting you guys here. Come on. Ah, you see. Oh, hang on. I'll be with you now in a moment. Where are you? Yeah, there's a few wolves around here that sound to be vicious. Okay, that's breaking down to one side, guys. We need to be going that way. That's going back into the plain again. I need to cut across on this here, you see it? We're going too far out of our way. That's bringing us back around the other side of the mountain. I knew you were there somewhere, dude. We needed the food. Okay. This way here we need to go. You see this? And then down this way. That's where we need to go. I went to max out root stuff. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's great. It is pretty good armor. Hi, Crazy Asian. Sweet. A fellow Xbox gamer. Yeah. We're starting to drift over here, slowly but surely. And how have you been, Crazy? Oh, sorry, Crazy as Asian. How have you been? I'm sorry, I've been ignoring my chat. When I'm here, I can't really take my eyes off these guys. Around the plains, they're pretty dangerous, and the armor we've got is not really suited for here. Yeah, I've been diving into it pretty hard since its release in March. It does, with the poison. Yeah, it does. So much so I had to get a dedicated server. Nice. What cloak you use with your root armor? Good, thank you. Oh. I was using the troll for sneak buff. Nice. Well, on this we've only killed 2 bosses. But we have a lot done. We're mostly concentrating on the building. But I'll get around to killing Bone Mass eventually. It's just I found enough silver with Stagbreaker Crazy to fully upgrade everything. And then some. So I'm in no rush to kill him. There's no real benefit. What I'm doing here is clearing the map. We're working on a large warehouse to hold all the junk I've been collecting. So we had a pause on our main base for a little bit. You know, and maybe do a little bit of hunting as well. So what I like to do is I like to really clean the map out like this. And take everything. You too. locks pretty soon. Nice. Yeah, you can never have enough food in this game, you know that. Now, where am I here? There it is. I want to go this way here, the other way. Yeah, that's gonna bring me way off into the plains, and I want to finish what we started on this end here. See this here? I want to make my way back up here. Okay, let's get going. Should get there before nightfall. We don't want to be stuck out of here at night. Lockscape does, yeah. Since the launch in March as well. Me too, yeah. Me too. So what are you playing on? Are you playing on the X series? Yeah, I'm playing on the X series. It's handling it quite well. I heard some of our friends had some problems on the S series, and definitely on the Xbox One. So much so that the recent patch greatly reduced our file size. That was a big blow, wasn't it? Crazy. You know, we had such a lot of space. It's down to 4.3 now, but that's to accommodate the guys on Xbox One, you know, and the S series. What did we have before the patch? Before the last patch, I think we had something like 20 gigabytes or something. Yeah, or 26 gigabytes. We had a ton of room, you know. But that's all of our room now across all of our characters and, you know, all of our builds and everything. So, you know, if we need more, we'll have to delete everything. I think it was a bit much. You know, 10 would have been okay, 10 gigabytes. So, you know, if you had a couple of seeds with some nice builds, and if you wanted to do a community server, you'd be hard pressed for room. To be honest, I don't think you could. Yeah, the X series handles this quite well. There's sometimes when you're running really fast, you'll get a little stagger, but that's normal enough, you know. I wouldn't fault it much for that. Now we'll push on to here, and once I get here, we'll go back and we'll save this and dump the junk I have. I cleared a lot of stuff from here already. But the reason we have all of this server stuff is, you know, that stag breaker. It's pretty decent. Although we were lucky. It can be boring looking for it. But we got really lucky. I was even with somebody on a few days ago and asked me, you know, how would you use the stag breaker? So we went to the mountains and I went up, you know, showing him how to do it, and found some server, you know, pretty quickly. Two of them, one overlapping the other. Never seen that before. So that was about, what, 150, 160 server right there. Finding it, but getting it home, that's another story. Now we're back to the plains. Oh, the stupid birds. We're back to the plains here again, guys, so this is where we gotta be careful. The food is not great because, you know, we've still only got those upgrades from certain bosses we killed. So we gotta be careful here, we're far from invincible. So that's our new area here. I've already marked something for the mountain there. I've cleared the tar pits, and I think I still have some workbenches around those. They'll have to be taken. When we're finished there, then we'll have to make the journey back and finish it here. Okay, we'll just do a little bit before we get to the warehouse. Oh, this could be dodgy here. Bo is our best friend here. Aha. There's two of them. Two dead skeetos. There's one gone. That's two of them, okay. That's a threat out of the way. Where is that little guy? I could do with some of those cloudberries as well. Oh, here you are. You slippery little guy. God, I hate them for this. Just best to wait and let them run in a straight line. There. That's not too bad. That hearing is history making. Worth a watch if you... Definitely, yeah. I'll see if I can get a chance to watch it after tags. No, there's some committee on UFO findings. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Crispy. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been? Hope you've been well. 4 bosses down, 2 to go. Nice. I've just killed 2. Yeah, I just killed 2. Just 2. We've been kind of tied up with the building part of it. A lot. And I want to fill up all of my warehouse with junk as well eventually. But this is not exactly junk. We can use this for barley wine so far. We'll be going back from here shortly to our workbench. I think there's a village and a tar pit. Oh my. Oh, let them fight. Oh, totally let them fight. I'm not really in a position to be messing about with these guys. Let's see if I can get these guys running down towards the... These guys are absolutely deadly. You see those? I didn't bring any potions. But let's mark them out anyway. I don't take any junk of those guys. And the village is right down here. Usually you'd attack them from there and draw them to the village. We'll just be careful when we see what's going on here. As there's 2 of them here. Get crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I was holding back. You see, there was no need of killing Bone Mass to get the Wishbone because I had enough silver. Yeah. I just want to mark out the map here. I don't mind killing a few of these guys here and there. But I'd need a fallback position. There's not really a fallback position here. Okay, well, this will be our little spot. We'll make camp here, where it's safe. Relatively safe on that rock. And they'll be our targets next when we come down here. You're kidding me. Oh. Okay, oh yeah, hang on. There's a burial chamber here. Let's help these guys out. And we'll take this, and that will be our little spot. Sorry about that, guys, but you had to go. So that's it. And that will do us here for a while. From here, then, actually, I'll park on the rock, and we'll take this one out. And then we'll get to the warehouse, and that'll be something for us to do. A new tar pit and village to take. We'll just get back with these supplies. We'll take that one as well. One less for us to do. Now let me get up here. We'll be kind of half safe if things go south. And things always go south, don't they? I don't have a ton of room here. There. I'll be ready shortly, guys. What's this guy again? Oh, sugar. What was the tag? PS1, yeah. PS1. I'm gonna have to sort out these tags properly. Planes 1. Yeah, it might be a while before we're back here. Well, it's getting a bit late. I don't want to come out at night coming across to this, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move this stuff immediately. And we'll hit that guy first thing in the morning. And then we'll head to the warehouse. High ground, yeah. Need a little bit of high ground. But this is our base that we've been doing. We took a little break from it because, you know, we had to do a large warehouse. And that's been taking up most of our resources on this one. But here we can do our farming. You know, we've got our wolves, we've got our boars and that kind of stuff. This will be a large shed after, I just didn't get around to fixing it. We'll have a large harbour here with portal, that kind of stuff. We also have our beehives in there as well. And once finished, that will be our house. But we've paused everything for a warehouse, you know. Gonna watch this hearing. Nice. So that's what we've been up to. But we're pretty safe here, you know, it's not as weak as it looks. No, it's not. This is just a covering on the wall inside just for aesthetic purposes. This will be a portal hub. I was thinking about doing some fermenters in here and the kiln eventually. Probably about 3 stories. Maybe a little lighthouse over there. But you can see the way this is constructed here. The only slightly weak spot is the harbour. Very nice. Until next time. And thanks for stopping by. Crazy, I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. Just need to finish it with some dark wood. And that's what's kind of taking our time. So, you know, the last thing I want is some heavy raids here. I was hoping the update would come out shortly. It would give us a chance to turn off the raids. I think you should only have to deal with the enemies in that biome, to be honest. It would be more sensible. I hope you have a good day, Crazy. Now, okay, let's put this junk away. But we're still not doing too bad, you know, even though we just killed 2 bosses. Not too bad. We made it back just in time as well. It was good timing. See, I didn't want to be crossing at night. You know, cross to that rock. The mobs can be nasty. And stay safe, Crazy. And again, thank you for the fall. Now, okay, we'll drop the needles here. All of this, once you see, that's why I wanted to do the warehouse. All of this will be gone. There'll be 3 or 4 main chests in the harbour. You know, on that centerpiece I've done for sorting purposes. You know, and then, you know, one would, you know, well, 3 for sorting, and then 1 for main storage, and then when that's full, straight out to the warehouse. We can do it that way. And once I've had enough of the junk, we'll sort out that obliterator thing somewhere and start destroying some stuff, I'd say. Oh, cool. Oh, we'll probably need arrows as well. But it's just that little burial chamber I want now on the plains. When we finish that on the edge of the Black Forest, we'll hold back from the plains for a while. I'm sick of doing the plains and moving that metal. Sick of moving metal. It wouldn't be too bad if I was able to use the black metal, but I've got tons of it. But, you know, I'm thinking when we get to that stage with all of the armor and the various tools and the upgrades, we'll use a massive chunk of it. So I don't mind collecting it, but there's something I want to do as well. We wait till we get that stupid thing up. We have a kind of semi-farm on the plains as well, remember that one? We didn't really finish it, but it's got some nice crops there. Pretty safe. We'll have to get that one shortly as well. Perfect. Right, just hit that one, then we're off to the warehouse. I've got a good bit of stuff there. It is very fun using the stuff you can make with... Yeah, I've got a ton of black metal. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Oh, why thank you, Crazy. I do like to build, you know. I don't work anymore. I've been retired for quite some time. And it gives me something to do. I have an EC entry called a bulge disc, and it does, you know, give me a bit of trouble. I don't take any painkillers for it, and this is kind of like therapy for it, you know, distracting. Oh, oh, no, I'm good. My stream goes for about another 4.5 hours. I advertise for 4 hours, but always try and push for 6, you know, so rarely would I do 4. I start at 1 a.m. my time, you know, I always wake up at that time. And it's nice and quiet here, you know, and I don't work anymore, you know, so time is my own. Too old to work anyway, if that's possible. Nope. Yeah, this is what we've been doing here. It's not finished, you know. But I'll drop some stuff to the warehouse. Oh, thanks for that, Crazy. Appreciate it. I'll show you what we've been doing on the warehouse as well, but that's the view from here. And I'll be putting the hot tub up there. There's a little hot tub thingy as well. I think I'll have to use a portal to get up. I didn't really finish anything yet. I've been jumping from one thing to another. Yeah, on the windows. I was thinking about using a massive amount of it, Crazy, on the harbour. You know? It would obviously take a bit of metal. But you can see here, I'm just waiting for something nice to put in here. But this is our supporting column. And I've used it on all the windows here, on the inside and on the outside. I've used the fine wood and tar. And they're pretty rare, those rancid remains trophies. They're very, very hard to drop. With all the guys I've killed, I think I've just got about 4 or 5. I've taken the bricks, the stone here from the chimney here, and just put this in so we can see the smoke. You know, I like that over the bed. It's like our little Viking TV screen. A home entertainment center. And we've done little things like that. And the lighting you see here, you see it? It's this, the thing I'm wearing. 620 each from the vendor. So there's about 25 lights in here to get this look. Yeah, you can see them in various spots. You know, they're even in here. You see them here? There's 3 on the doorway alone. But I like the lighting, you know. And we'll be doing... I'm not so sure about these guys. I don't like them. But there's no corner pieces. I'll probably find a different system. You know, I'll have a look with it later and see if I can use a 45. And the problem is, if I use a 45 on the other stuff, it already has a board included and it glitches through. Kind of looks horrible. I'll get around to it. So the warehouse we're building, there's crystal there. There's 1,000 crystal there. We've been killing a lot of those stone guys because we're sourcing a lot of obsidian for our arrows, and that's some stuff I have ready to put on the stand. So I'll be doing more later. But this is decorating, so I usually don't do this until I'm finished the build. We'll be doing little lookout posts on the side as well down here. I'll be getting rid of that grass. But there's the terraforming I was doing. Still needs a little bit more on that side. But just too much to do. You know, it's very hard to find a time here. You know, then we have the crops and stuff here and this little garden. That's the stone golem trophies. There's actually 2 there back to back. One side was kind of flat and I wanted these to be coming around, so kind of, you can see I'd got 2 of them there together on that and that little thing there. The harbour needs to be done properly, just didn't get the time. We've got our wolves over there and our boars in the other corner. I'll give you a quick look at the warehouse. I want to bring out some stuff anyway, I think. We've got some things ready. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. so to speak. Yeah, pretty good, aren't they? Yeah, I don't like the torches, although I had to use them extensively out here. I can't do that in every settlement, so just this one. There's not enough money in the game to cover the lighting. Here I used these guys, but we have a kind of on-site kiln for making coal. I haven't lit them up yet. This will be our storage area. Now, this is huge, absolutely huge. Oh, one moment now. Well, this will mostly be for food. And I'll light these up. But these, nah, they create a lot of smoke, so I had to make kind of ventilation on the roof to clear that out. So this will be mostly for food. And, you know, we can hold a lot of food here. Of course it's expensive, because I've been using metal on the chest, but it's worth it for the extra room. Oh, we can make our coal here for running the lights. And because we're storing our wood here as well, it's ideal. And that's our ventilation there. Now I'll go outside and show you what this looks like on the outside. It's like something out of an Oliver Twist novel. You know those old workhouses? Oh, well, thank you. Crazy. It's really fun to build like this. Now this is the one I want to work on next. We've been kind of saving up our stuff for this, and I've got a good bit of tar, I've got a good bit of fine wood. Definitely enough to make a good start on this. So this will look exactly like the rest of it. Here, this is a little different because of the stairs on the other side. This I want to be for my arrow section, you know. I definitely need something like that. And if I could actually maybe even drop the roof and I can hide some stuff so we can have a kind of barely visible bench to actually make our arrows here instead of on site. But this would make a good arrow, kind of Fletcher, yeah, little Fletcher section here. That's what I want to do with that. And then we'll have more than enough storage. But this is what it looks like. Oh, hang on, I want that there. I really, really need that there. We definitely need the meat. Yeah, I still haven't got really good food because, you know, I haven't killed the right bosses. I haven't got the oven or windmills, or I can't do any of that junk. Oh, still we're doing okay. This required a lot of terraforming. To be honest, I thought I bit off more than I could chew for a while. But I eventually sloped it all in to this here. I gotta get that junk done off the roof. You know, when you scrap something, it goes up to the top. Still, you know, I need a little bit of decoration. I want to go with pathways and I'll arch the doors eventually. You know, once I get the time and resources. With the marble, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I seen the guys use it. I would like to use that in conjunction with stone, where you do marble floors and you'd kind of two-tone it. Yeah, yeah. I think building an entire structure in marble, yeah, okay, maybe small area, you know. You could do a nice Roman bathhouse with that, you know. If you got your settlement, let's say, close enough where you could kind of dig down, you could make a nice Roman bathhouse. Would be kind of interesting. There's some of the trophies give out a kind of smoke. If they were well hidden, it would look like smoke coming up from the water. You know, like a heated bath. Yeah, interesting build. Yeah, yeah, I would. I'd say too much marble would kind of kill it, but I don't really know. Haven't even seen it yet here. But looking forward to unlocking all of that other stuff. And I'm kind of working on my one hand here as well. Or unarmed, I should say. Now, as we're here, I see if we can grab those few berries. No, they didn't grow back. That's good. Okay, so that's what we've been doing here on this. And that will be our storage area. So we should be set. You know, after that we should have no more storage problems, and then I can concentrate on finishing that and my little kind of... I have a little kind of farm. There's not much yet. Didn't really get time. I have a couple of tame loxes on the plains and a little area, you know, to grow some barley and flax. Would you believe I haven't been out to it once since I started a kind of stage 1 of it. That's what we've done here. So, okay, let's get back with this junk. I want to raid that... what's it again? That burial chamber. The second we finish the burial chamber, we'll get to work on this. I just want to do it before I forget it. But I think this is done. I might do a few banners, a few shields, that kind of thing later. But I consider that decoration, and... you know, I like to do that at the very end when I'm literally looking for something to do at this stage. And there's plenty to do, so I want to get the bigger stuff out, and I'll decorate and design this a little bit better. Here, I'm not sure if I want a portal here. I'm thinking of putting 2 portals. So when, you know, I'm thinking of definitely moving the stone, wood and metal downstairs, because there's a chance that I might have to put up some temporary smelters out here, and I don't want to be hauling the stuff piece by piece down the stairway. So I think all of the stone, the wood, fine wood, core wood, metal, silver, ore, that kind of stuff, we should definitely hold on the first floor. If you ever want to jump in my world and just browse around, I will be more than happy. Oh, why thank you. Yeah, I haven't got used to that end of it. This is kind of like a solo one I'm playing. But yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. But I think I've seen it on Xbox. You can kind of put in a password, isn't it? And you can set up a new server, like a community server thing. Yeah. Yeah, sure. You could whisper the info. That would be cool. I'm really useless with technology. I'm kind of old, and you know, usually my sons have, you know, grown up and moved away, and they have their own families now. But if I can figure stuff out, I will definitely. Yeah. I'm pretty old school. My dedicated server, you can jump in even when I'm off. Oh, cool. Yeah, I must have a look at mine later and see how that's done. I was able to get my partner on Xbox into my world on PC. Nice. It's just a normal world. Not... oh, not a dedicated server. Ah. So like you kind of type in a code or something, is it? Or a link. Or it could be a link like Discord, where you get a link and then you go in. Yeah. Now, okay, let's put this stuff in. Actually, I'll tip it here because we're going to raid that, oh, sugar. I still never... we went there to put this here, and we still never did it. Ah, well. We'll do it later, it doesn't matter. There's not enough really to bring down anyway. There. Okay, we'll head out and do that. We're going to be caught in the night as well. We don't want to be caught out in the plains. Hmm. You just change your settings and give them a join code. Like an invite from Discord. Ah. I just have to give you my world name and password. My world is in community. Ah. Nice. Yeah, I seen that thing on the front where it says password thing. On that, I just briefly looked into it, but didn't follow it too much because on my solo run here I was intending to, do it all solo. Maybe it might be a bit harder to do it solo, but, first playthrough, definitely solo. Right, let's go kill these guys. It might be dark when we're coming out of this chamber, but we haven't far to run to that rock. So, we should be relatively safe. Mobs can be brutal at night. Right, let's hit that guy. No need for... Oh, no need for giant code, just have to give me... Yeah, no need for that. Perfect. And I got your DM out, I'll check it out later. He just came in for a bit of fun. We went and got some tar. Nice. It was hilarious because he wasn't familiar with the mechanics, so... Still, I'm in shock. I still can't believe. This is by far the coolest world I've seen. Oh, hi! Hi, Coca. How have you been? And thank you. But I wouldn't mind... You see, on Xbox they're giving us 4.3. I don't know, could you fit in the community world as well with that kind of... Like, I've used a half a gigabyte already on this. I think they really cut us nasty, There was something like 20 before they messed about with it. But you'd never get away with 4.3. If it was that per game, it wouldn't have been too bad. But it's that across all your words. Not a lot of room. Right, let's go hit this thing and then we'll do that bit of building. I'm kind of anxious to get... If I can get the warehouse done, and then all of my junk problems will be out of the way. And then I can concentrate on the finer things on this. And then hopefully... But as you said, the raids get a bit crazy. And they're very distracting. I don't like the raids, to be honest. I would like a way to turn them off. I was hoping... There's supposed to be a patch... or an update coming out soon. And there's rumours there's going to be a toggle for her to turn on and off the raids. I'll definitely turn them off. Up to 10. Oh, they'll give you up to 10 if it's a... Ah, that's not too bad. They'll give you more on a community one. A little more than double. Ah, it's 4.3, isn't it? On your... Well, that's what I have on mine. But it was a lot, 20 something, wasn't it? Before the patch. That was to probably to accommodate the lesser powerful consoles, and it's a pity. Yeah, it was 20 something. It was nice, I remember looking at it and say, oh, that's cool, I can do a lot of building in this, and I can keep them, and then eventually do a community server, and they can reasonably build on that as well. But I'm thinking, hang on, it's not too bad either, crazy. If somebody was on your community server and they built a large house, that would be on their save, not on yours. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, that would be on their memory, not on yours, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, on Xbox, on mine, they just give me 4.3 gigabytes. I'm through about a half a gigabyte already. So if you were to do extensive buildings all over the place, it was 20-ish or something, and then there was a patch, and they greatly reduced it in the patch. Yeah, it's a thing for me anyway. Check your save files, and you'll see what I mean. 4.3. Crazy was saying that on a community server it's more like 10. Yeah. Oh, PC, it's a big thing on PC. I'd say, well, it depends, I suppose, on your PC, but you know, probably within reason as much as you want. Like, there's some mods on PC that are 20 gigabytes alone, you know. So I'd say a lot. Hmm. Nice, nice. So yeah, what they build goes on their save file, not yours. Yeah, it's manageable then, a community server. Yeah, it's very manageable. No, it's just another server, but it's done for a community. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can kind of rent your own servers. And that's like, like some people do. Hi Jay, how are you? No, I think it's just the community servers have things like passwords and things, so you can let people into your world and build and stuff. I think something like Minecraft. Probably. How have you been? Oh, you gotta rent them. Oh. Didn't know that. So all community servers are like that. You've got to pay for a community server. That I didn't know. Right, just let's hit this guy. Or is that just an option? You can go with their own servers. I think it might be just an option. Right, let's clear out this one and then we'll head to the warehouse. We'll do a bit of building. Not the community in-game. Dedicated is like a sub-server. Oh, I get you. Yeah, yeah. Like they're doing on that other game. What was it? That dino building game. I had a few friends that were renting servers on that and wanted me to buy the game and join, but just didn't have time. How long have you been playing Valheim for? Ark, yeah. Ark, that's the one. One-eyed Red, nice guy. Yeah. Oh, how long have I been playing? I've been playing since mid-March, since its release on Xbox. I'm on the Xbox X Series, Crispy. Yeah. Ark, yeah. Conan looks pretty decent as well, doesn't it, guys? Now we'll just quickly clear this one. Well, my goal in this is to explore everywhere, every inch of the map, take every building I see, scrap it, all the villages, houses, gone, tar pits, burial chambers everywhere, and clear all the map. That's my goal. And to build one decent base in every biome. And that would be it. I think I should have enough room. The reason there's more than one here is obviously, because of the warehouse thing. I'm so glad I have the Series X, as games nowadays they seem to have a lot of bugs. Yeah, on old gen. Yeah, they're a lot more complicated, and the old generation ones can't seem to handle it. Yeah, yeah. It will give me a great amount of fun, but I approach every game like that, Jay. From the likes of Skyrim to Witcher as well. I clear everything in a game, Sure. I'll just quickly run through this here, Coca. and then I'll be delivering some stuff. It'll just take a couple of minutes. These ones are quite quick because it will get dark here soon and I'll get creamed on the plains with the mobs. I'll just quickly get this one out. You see, I want as much money as possible as well because I'm using the lights that I buy from the vendor. They're really meant for your armor, but I've been using them for lighting. They're much better than the other stuff. So we'll just quickly clear this and we'll go straight out. Skyrim, my favorite game. I've had a long time on Skyrim and Fallout 4 and New Vegas and Oblivion. Oblivion was my very first Elder Scrolls game. I remember it was my wife who bought me Skyrim, let's say. I think it was her anniversary or something. Yeah. Or maybe it was my birthday. And I think it was one of my sons who bought me Oblivion way back. Now once we get through this, we'll go straight to the warehouse. We just gotta do this guy, and it shouldn't take too long. But I like to clear everything on these guys. Now this one, unfortunately, is one of the larger chambers. It shouldn't only take a few. Ooh, rancid remains. Getting these guys to drop a trophy, not a hope. Very rare, the trophies from those. But all of this we sell for cash. You know, to buy those lights. So, they're kind of important. Eventually make a little treasure room, you know, where we can store all this junk. I just gotta get that warehouse done. Oh. That's kind of weird. Oh. This is a complicated little guy, isn't it? Okay, we're done now anyway. Yeah, this was a big one. Doesn't have a lot in it, but it's pretty big. And that's where we came in, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. We've got that side done. Thank goodness. Now it's getting a bit warm here, guys. Just turn on this fan. It's getting really warm. And I'll get something to drink. The second we do this, it shouldn't take much longer, and then I'll show you the warehouse, Coca. We're actually going over there. We've kind of saved up enough materials to do another large portion. Yeah, we should get close to finishing on this one. But doing this little storage areas are kind of complicated, so it takes a little bit of time. They've got to be, you know, placed pretty precisely. My God, this place is huge. That's all of those, I'd say. Right, that was one. These ones should be really small now. That's the way it usually goes. Yeah, let's see what's... okay. Yeah. Yeah, these will be pretty straightforward. Once you get one large section like that, the others are pretty tiny. That's it, guys. That's the way it usually goes. Not a lot on that one. Such a huge one for just 2 cores. And that's it. We're done here. Now we can get back. No, I've just killed 2 bosses. I haven't a lot done. Mostly building I've been doing. But I've just killed that stag guy. And I've killed the elder. Didn't kill Bombas and the other guys. So I'm looking forward to unlocking a lot of stuff. Just 2 bosses dead. The reason I have the full gear here is I used the stag breaker thing to get some silver. But it's not a good idea to be out here at night, I can tell you. That's it. We're done here for a while. Now we can head to the warehouse. No, never got to the windmill stuff. And that's the plains boss, isn't it? But I've got a lot of material stored up, so... whenever we do get the right bosses, we've got tons of stuff. We can get all of the junk immediately. Just a matter of building it. Now... that stuff ready for the warehouse. I'll have to go on a selling spree shortly, I'd say. And once morning time comes, we're straight out to the warehouse. Just make sure and stock up on the right kind of food. I don't use all my food. I'll probably switch to some honey as well. For that. So we don't waste all our food here. I've already got 100 of those. We're good. Now... that's that. Feathers. We definitely need some feathers. Okay, fix this guy up, sleep, get some food. Then we're off to the warehouse. This one, I've done all the lighting on this. You see one there. There's actually 4 on this. And they're kind of hidden on the plaque behind the wood. This is about as neat as you're going to get the lighting. The higher these lights, guys, the better, It's a dull lighting, but it's still better than the torches. If you notice with the torches, if you use them over a long area, it's like you look down, it looks dark, and you got to step in, and it takes a few seconds for it to kick in, or a second or so. But this is pretty continuous, so I'd much prefer that kind of lighting. Although expensive, So 6, 12, 24. About 2,500 gold just for that room, for those 4 lights. And seeing as the gems you're getting 5 5 gold each for them. That's a lot. I think Haldor is a bit too stingy. He needs to up his prices, or we need to get more stuff. Now, okay, let's grab some food. I just want one each of these, and what I'll do then is I will grab that honey as well. That will save some of our supplies. Well, it's the deer meat I'll save really. I have to hunt for that. I have a good bit of boar here. So grab some of that honey and then we're off. We'll only use 2 of the foods. In case we get attacked, we'll have a backup. There, that's it. We're good. Right. We'll bring out the stuff we want to store and then we'll start building out here. All of our supplies are here already, you know, because it is the storage area. So let's see what we want to bring out, the stuff we have ready. Those, and I think we're okay with that. We'll leave that here. Right, let's go. So I'll put these in and then I'll show you the outside and then we'll work our way in. We'll probably have to make a temporary bed here and light up one of those lights, but we'll have to make a ton of bronze as well. We'll start the lighting downstairs, you know, as we're going along. So we'll need a ton of bronze for that one. But this is the kind of mid-section of the warehouse. Where have I been storing this junk? Yeah, okay, I'll just leave that there for the time being. What have I got? Yellow mushrooms are here. I'll need the 2 sides on this, you know, because, you know, there's a lot of this junk to collect. And I think some of the cores are down here. There's no way I'm going to get away with the 6 chests. There. Okay. I'll move out, Coca, and then I'll show you what we've been doing. Well, I did a lot of terraforming here to get the land like this, but I gotta get that junk off the roof as well. Although I will be doing a little bit of work on the outside, you know. So that's what it looks like outside. That's perfectly safe, you know, there's no trolls or anything getting in there. Flying creatures, however, is a different... Yeah. It's a different problem, isn't it? The things on top are actually to let the smoke out from the stuff we've been using for lighting. It runs on coal, so we have a kiln up there as well to make our coal, so we don't have to keep fast traveling back to the other settlement. And there it is there. And this is right here. And there's our settlement over here. It's on the next island over. Can you upgrade the black metal axe? I haven't got that far yet. But if it's stopping you, I would say you need to get another upgrade for the workbench, maybe, or the forge. But I'm not sure. I haven't got that far yet. But usually everything can be upgraded, you know. You have them all. Oh, probably that's as far as you can go. I'm not sure. I've got everything upgraded here to max, but this is silver, you know. Now what we'll be doing now is we'll be starting on the downstairs, on that very last of the stories that has to be done. It's time consuming because, you know, we've got to put in the storage chests. They take 2 metal and 10 fine wood. So as you can see, there's a lot to do here. But we have a reasonable amount of tar and metal, so we should put a massive dent on that. So this is kind of finished, you know, subject to a little bit more decorating. And I'll just fill those up with coal later and we'll light up this place. And that's just my temporary storage for a while. So you can see what we've done here. And that's just waiting for stuff. So that's what to look at. And I'll do a little bit more on this, obviously. Might do something with that entrance as well. Yeah, I'll probably go with the classic gate on that one. And then as we go upstairs here, this will be all for food. The roof is much lower here because I had no choice. But because of the low roof, I had to use these for lighting. Just got to light them up. That went out a while back. So this is all of our kind of food supplies. Or anything we can use in food. And that's our kiln for making coal for our lighting, and of course a storage area for them as well. And this is our ventilation. You know, letting the smoke out. And that's our warehouse. We used an absolute ton of metal in this. You can see the colour, it's not bad for its height. Kind of greenish yellow. That's pretty healthy for, you know, something so high. That's it. That's everything I've done on this cocoa. Right, okay, let's get working. Oh, I need a ton of stuff. We'll need to start doing more metal. We'll drag it down. And, oh, I have the metal down. We definitely need to start doing more bronze and junk. Well, we can kind of roughly fit the lights until we're going along, so we'll be rushing from one thing to another on this now. And this is just called temporary for a moment. 17, okay. So, yeah, okay, we'll take the whole thing. And let me see these lights. Furniture. The forge and obviously some coal. So we'll be needing coal as well. And how many's here? 17. We'll get a few of those little links here. 17. Okay, we get 5. We get 10 of them. There. Now, need some coal. And I'll just randomly snap them into place. And fix them as we're going along later. I think I have some coal out here somewhere. But this is our metal here. So we're not too bad on the metal. For a while at least. Okay, so where do we want to start from? I think we start from the opposite end down here. Oh, I gotta do some stonework here as well. Ah. Okay, let's put a dent on that. Let's go up and get some stone. Yeah, I missed out on some of the stonework. Not a problem, not a problem. Gotta start bringing down wood as well for that guy. So there'll be a lot of this, and then a lot of kind of building as well to get this done. I gotta make sure and keep that guy going. I really should be using a portal to do this, you know that? Yeah, this will be okay. Oh, sugar. You know what? I'll have to start building a few of these. What's that? 20. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna build more of these guys. 2 of those are okay to keep in, but I need 2 of these down here. What is it? 5 core and 20 stone. Crafting. We need a few of those down there. Yeah. Okay, I'll actually build 2 more of those. That's how we'll work that one. We get a good stockpile on that. On the coal. Get myself some cores. We'll build a good stockpile of coal. So many, yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? You know, bronze, metal, all the stuff gets into place. This is the game for being sidetracked. Gotta do this, gotta do that, yeah. And before you know it, there's hours and hours gone. And you think you've got not a lot completed. ADD, the game. OCD as well. It's got it all. It's got all the acronyms. But yeah, mind-boggling amount of things to do. Yeah, we'll get there. We can be doing the stonework as that's kind of working. Before you know it, we'll be off. There. Now that will give us 2 more kilns. Not a lot of room down there. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. The one on the top. Well, how do I get out of here? That's just for the lighting afterwards. There. There. Okay. Right. That's okay for a while. Now let's finish this little bit we're doing here. Apparently I missed a few here. This will take up a good bit of stone, but that's why we have it here, isn't it? We have to finish this guy. There we go. Then we just move down along these ones. That's just these two I think we missed, to be honest. I'm pulling up here, trying to make a spiral staircase. Oh, I haven't tried one of those yet. One of those would be pretty decent on a tower. I might try one later whenever, you know, we're doing a tower, a round tower. Yeah, it would be pretty decent. Okay, looks like we need more stone. Fair enough. Is that the last one? Is it just those two I missed? I think so. It's just those two. It's strange I missed them. So what do we need? 4, 8, 12, another 10 stone. Would finish it. I'll bring down a little bit more in case we'll be changing bricks anyway once I'll be starting the wood here, to be honest. Okay. Let's get a little bit more stone. We'll probably have to build a bed here later as well. Yeah, that's enough. We'll store it down here. Let's get the last of that done. And I'll work on the doorways later as well. Oh, sugar, where is it? What the? There it is. There. Okay. Right, now we start to wood the tower. All of the nasty stuff. Let's go get that. Wooden tower. Probably have to make a bed down here. Right, Toby, up you go. Now, that's the tower we've saved up, so we'll see how far it will bring us. I have to do this rounds before we can, you know, try and get the other pieces in. This will take a decent amount of junk, I'd say. We'll start from back here. I've already hidden workbenches here in the roofs of these, so you know we're okay on that, I'd say. Ah, yeah, I see. Okay. 2 on that, so we go to the other guy here. That's the old one, you see that? Starting to get a bit late already, guys. There's the old beam again. There's a bit of stone missing from that one as well. Right, that's stage 1. Let's make a few of those lights so we can actually sleep down here. Or else we're going to be in trouble. Well, actually, where is it? Here. We'll sleep here. For a little bit, I'd say. I might just roughly put one of these lights in. Coal. Of course, you're carrying too much. Now, these will just be kind of rough until we get organized. Oh, the bronze, yeah. Looks like we're going to be doing a lot of copper, and I'll have to bring down my workbench down here, you know that. Oh, this isn't really going to work out. That should be enough for us to get some sleep. Hang on. Seeing as we're going to sleep. We can take that. Now when we wake up in the morning, we'll have a full batch of these done. I was trying the beams, logs and floor tiles. Nice. 1 by 1 floor tiles. That is nice. There's a few bits that we'll have to fix here and there as we go along, but it should be okay. Copper is the big thing. We need 20 copper for each 2 lights. Stop it, Rex. Now is not the time. You're really doing this to me all the time. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Too bold. Oh, that dog. I'll get somebody for you in a moment, Rex. You'll be good. Oh, Toby's a good dog, and so is Rex. Yeah, 2 good doggos. 2 good doggos. Yeah. Hey, Rex. Oh. Get off my back, Rex. Get off my back, Rex. Get off my back, Rex. I'll see if I can get somebody for these dogs. In the Rex, give me a break. 1 moment. Oh, okay. Just get back out here. I just want to load these up. See, when we sleep, they should be done in the morning, so it's a good chance to get some of this done. Oh, hi, young. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? Let's see if I can get somebody to bring this dog down. He's playing up. Mostly going to be running and racing for materials. There we go. There we go. Every time you sleep, this will be all done in the morning. It's good. It's a good way to get stuff out, you know. You don't want to wait for it. Doing good, thanks. Got to the yard looking good. Cool this morning. And got more time in New Vegas. Nice. Now, I won't be a second. I'll try and get somebody to bring those dogs down. It seems to be the thing with these guys every night for some reason, even though they were brought down. What time is it now? A couple of hours ago. What can you do? Won't be a moment, guys. Now, sorry about that, guys. That's sorted. So I get a bit of peace. I was lucky I got somebody to bring him down. So this should be literally off my back for a little bit. But every time Rex wants to go out, he jumps on my back. Like a little monkey, that dog. You're being raided. Oh, I am. Okay. That's not a problem. See, this is why I don't like this raiding thing. It just distracts too much from what you want to do. I just go out. Oh, they're killing pigs out there like it's no tomorrow. But these are easy enough. You see, that's why I don't want to kill any more bosses. Oh God, here on the open. Let them attack me. Stupid archers, they're the ones that do the real. Especially those guys. Archers are brutal. There. Let's get the archers from one side, we'll have a bit of peace. See what I mean? Time waster. We could have been doing something instead of doing this silly thing. Oh, that probably cleaned out the local wildlife as well. Yeah. Okay, let's get this junk here. Now I've got to deal with that junk as well. Yeah, might as well collect a few of these while we're here. There, I think we pretty much covered it. Yep. Okay, we gotta get rid of this junk. So what is it anyway? It's a lot of junk. I wonder is there anywhere we can just kind of store it for a moment. That'd be okay here with the bench. We'll just leave it here. There. Now we gotta bring down our little forge as well here. We're gonna be doing a lot with that forge. Okay. So we'll go get our forge wherever it is. Oh, there's the forge. Cool. Okay, we need tin. I've already got some tins mounted up. We'll bring down a few of those. And we'll bring down another tar. Some more wood, obviously. Tin. Yeah, I've got some smelted up already. So... 10 would be enough. We'll just get a little bit more wood and then we're good to go. Guys, come on now, you had your thing. Stop. Right, let's go. We'll do this bit by bit and we'll work our way along. We'll just get another one of these up and running. And we can kind of cool off on these in a moment. Hi Ashriel, how have you been? Hope you've been well. And what have you been up to? I'm jumping on my game for a few hours, no problem. But I'll see you next time. Have a great day or evening. And thanks for stopping by, and thanks for following again, Crazy. I appreciate it. I hope you have fun on your game. I'm sure you will, it's a great game. Take care and stay safe, Crazy. Bye. And again, welcome to the community, Crazy. Yeah. Okay. I just put another batch on there while we're doing this. And then we'll be good to go. We'll get back down to... Where is it for one copper, isn't it? 120. 10 tin. Oh, not too bad. I did have some of the tin. I'd say just a bit of time. I think we'll need another couple of chests down there for the time being. I want to do something around that portal area as well. I'm thinking about 2 portals. You know, so we have certain things we can kind of go to each of the portals. You know, if we have a load of wood or stone. You know, we can go to each separate floor. Make it a little bit easier. You know, junking that, pulling that stuff around. Doing alright. Ah, good. Ankle being painful. Fussy today. Oh, sorry to hear that. Has brought me, oh, nice, some tea. And I'm settling down to write. So, not all bad. Cool. Yeah, my toes have been killing me today. They're still kind of, well, pretty swollen. But I'm sure in a couple of weeks it should be okay. But it's going to be go on this now. We should make a big dent on this today. I've got 9 pieces left. I'll use the mirror on this little guy. There, okay. Some more wood and then we're good. I'll grab the tar and we'll start on the rest of that. And as we do one, we finish the lighting and then do one and keep moving like that. But we start from the far end and move back towards the kiln. There we go. Right, let's get a start on this guy. How are we getting out of here? I need signs in here, I think, eventually. Pleasure was all mine. And thanks again. Crazy. Have a good one. Now, right, let's go. Now we're working down here. I'll do it line by line, so that one is done here. So I will do a quickie here on this. Yeah, these ones can be kind of complicated. Sometimes the bricks will have to be removed and turned. You know, they tend to show through, but you know the story of these. I forget how I've done that, to be honest. I'll have to check the other one. This is going to be a little time-consuming guy, I can tell you. Well, we'll get there in the end. Make sure we get the snap correct. Ah, tar and wood. There's going to be a lot of this. And the OCR tar supply is going pretty quickly. But we got a good bit of tar, so should bring us a long way. Okay. This would be the hardest one to deal with because it's got an aisle on each side. Stop it, Rex. Really can't do it. Rex, stop! Oh, those dogs will bark at anything. That's wrong. There, let me see how I did these corner ones. Again, I think I left it open. No. We went down at each side of the window on all of these guys. Pretty much. Okay. Yeah, each side of the window on all of them. Right, that's all I needed to know. I thought I left it open. That's all we need to know. Yeah, there's dogs. Oh, hi, Kura. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. Hi, Blind Dad. How have you been? You don't mind if I call you Chan? I raided the right channel. I think so. I'm not sure. And how have you been? Yeah, we're doing a bit of building on a warehouse. I'm sorry I missed that. Yeah, I was just kind of so into this. Oh, that's good to hear, Chan. So this is our warehouse. There's still a lot to do on this guy, but I'll give you a little tour here. But we found quite quickly on this game, you know, we're going to be storing a lot of junk. So this is our warehouse. But it's going to be huge. We've got about 70% of it finished, I'd say. Just got to do the last floor down here and a few bits and pieces on the outside. But it's taking a lot of metal, obviously, and tar, and they're not exactly you know, that abundant in the game. Oh, this center section here is pretty much done. It's just I gotta power up the lights with some coal later. So you can see, you know, the kind of layout we're getting on this. But plenty of room. The food section we kind of put up here. You know, for anything, let's say food related. For the lighting here, we couldn't use the hanging lights, so we had to go with these here. The problem with those, they create a lot of smoke, so we had to do this. And that takes care of the smoke from the lighting. Of course, everything here is run on coal, those guys, so we can make our coal in this. And we can store some in that. And this is our warehouse. It kind of took us away from doing our main base, which is back here. But we'll have to get back to it once we finish this one. This needs a little bit more as well. But I've managed in the last few streams to gather up enough materials to, you know, take another crack at the warehouse again. This will be a large shed once I'm finished, but this is our main base. This will be a harbour, and we'll have a portal hub as well. You know, and kind of these lean-tos, which we'll eventually get around to doing. Eventually. I was thinking about working here with a lot of crystal instead. Oh, we'll see what way it goes. You can see the way the walls have been done here, but I'll be changing that to darkwood. That was before I discovered darkwood. We'll be doing a little lighthouse here on this. But we got wolves and boars and, you know, we got a lot of stuff here. Of course, our crops. On the center of these crop fields we have our beehives. And that one over there is exactly the same. This is our main residence. It's still not fully decorated inside. Still needs a bit of work. Got a little sewer system here. Kind of hard to see it with this fog. Kind of garden area. And these are little storage areas as well, you know, for our crops. We got some 2-star boars, and I think we've only got 1-star wolves. And all of this junk here, and this is the reason why, you know, we made a warehouse. Because of this. My initial plan was to build them down the sides here, but I built so much here and I need to store so much. I was thinking that maybe, you know, it might be a big frame rate hit, so I moved it over to the island, you know, the other island over, you know, because I knew I'd be storing too much. And our wolves on that side. Inside, again, still needs a lot of decoration, but we're getting there. Just didn't get time to do it yet. This will eventually be our workshop. And there's the stairs each side of this room, you know, leading up to the battlements, and we'll be doing something there later. This will be our forge here. It just needs a few more tiny adjustments. Of course, we go up to the main bedroom here. This will eventually be for display. Main bedroom. Got a bit of work to do here yet. See, so many trunks, you know, full of junk, so that's why, you know, I prioritize the warehouse. I'll soon be clearing all of that out. And this here. And up here we'll be eventually putting our, I would say, our little hot tub thingy. It's in there somewhere. Probably use a portal, get up and down on that. And that's pretty much everything we've done on this so far. So I will sleep here. Maybe grab a little bit more food. And then we'll get back to the warehouse. We've got a lot to do on this stream, you know, for this warehouse. There, that would do. Let me see, we can probably sleep it here. Yeah. And then we'll head back to the portal. And we'll get back to work. So, how have you been, Chan? Were you streaming some Valheim? But I'll eventually get it done. But you know what this game is like. Very hard to get supplies and, you know, extremely time consuming. Space Haven. Nice. Sounds good. So, what's that one about? I've always played on console, so not very familiar with the selection that I have on PC. Pretty old school. And have you ever played Valheim, or do you like different kind of games? I figured I'd stalk someone I'd seen in Morning Darkness. Oh, Morning, yeah, Darkness, yeah. Very, very nice lady. Yeah, she popped over and raided me when I started streaming here for the first time. A few months ago, actually. On Valheim. You know, being a console player, obviously, you know, once it was released on Xbox, it suited me well. You know, I like kind of grinding, I like building, and I like survival as well, you know, so it ticked all the boxes for me. Yet, was going to do it last week, but my schedule got, yeah, proper messed up. But watching it doesn't do it justice, you know, it's definitely going to be a classic when they've got it brushed up properly. They'll have to do something about this 4.3 gigabytes that they cut it down to. It's not really enough, you know, if you want to seriously build on this. But I think that was for the benefit of, you know, the Xbox Ones and the S series, you know. But I'm sure they're constantly working on it. It's still a work in progress. But it's the best €20 I've ever spent on any game. On Wednesday. Nice. You don't have to build, you could build, just minimum stuff, concentrating on the bosses and the upgrades and that, but my goal on this is to absolutely clear the map, show it all up, take every building. I love to scrap the buildings. I use them for resources. Raid every chamber, take every piece of tar. Yeah, I'll need it as well. Hi Papu, how have you been? I hope you've been well. And how was your day and what were you up to? So that's what we've been doing here. But today is a building day. We've been kind of grinding for the last couple of streams, gathering up tar, metal, that kind of thing. So now we're off to do a bit of building. But once we have that warehouse up completely, all of this junk will be removed. And then I can refocus on finishing this guy. Nice, I've seen some crazy builds. Nice. I'm looking forward to playing the actual game. Yeah. There's a lot to kind of take in, I was familiar with building, and still took me a while to work out the snapping system and the ground levels and, the smoke mechanics, But it's really nice to kind of figure it out, So we're definitely working on the downstairs part. I'll grab some tar while I'm here. We'll be needing it. You wouldn't believe the grinding to collect that tar. Now, just store some to the side and we should be okay. We'll keep going on this and we'll try to beat it into shape. Okay, have we any wood stored over here? We'll take you as well. Right, I want to start at the back end and kind of working my way to the smelters I have here, so I don't kind of trip up over this junk. But this is the last area to do, and it can get kind of complicated. Now, I like to do this, but sometimes the stone shows through and I've got to scrap it, and that's okay. Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, we got away with that one. Ah, that's cool. Now, that one, not so much. I'll have to get around to that guy in a moment. I don't like any of the stone showing through. See that one there? And that one. Now, I'll need some stone to complete this one. We'll do it in sections. We're way better off doing it this way. And we can kind of get the flat end here. And hopefully that will work. There we go. Let's see, did we get away with it here? Perfect. Perfect. That's not bad. Ah, I see. Some of these can get pretty nasty, Really. Okay, we'll try the other one. Let's see. Okay, we're in trouble. Try that one. Some of these are really, really awkward. There we go. There we go. We're done. Right, let's repair this little guy. Right, we're back in action. Now... Oh, stone cutter. That's a problem. We're out of range of the stone cutter. Okay, we'll get you in a moment then. Right, let's get back to it. Okay. This, unfortunately, will have to double them over. And I hate doing this because it gets a bit glitchy. Oh, that's not bad. There's a bit of a glitch. Okay, we need some wood. Okay, we'll tuck away that stone. We'll go and get some wood. We'll need a good dose of fine wood as well. This is pretty much the way it's gonna go, you know. But eventually we'll hammer it down. We'll get all of this done. 100. Yeah, I've maxed it out. Yeah. What is it? It's 100. I've maxed it out a long time ago. That was the first skill I got to 100. But the bow skill is 100. And I'm using the dagger fang as well. I'm kind of working on blunt now. So fists are 67, jump and run is 100. Swords I haven't touched yet. Clubs 77, blocking 45. Axes and wood cutting 100, and bows. Swimmers halfway there at 50. Knives are barely used. Spears I haven't used yet. Sneak about 38. Pickaxes are maxed as well, and pole arms are about 45. So yeah, kind of decent enough. But I'm kind of working on blunt. Okay, that was stupid. Right, let's go get that wood like we said we would. Right, what it is. We need a good dose of fine wood as well. There, that would do. Right. Yeah, it took a while to gather up that fine wood. It's not exactly plentiful. Tar. Really and truly. Oh. Hmm. You know what I might do with these? Might do something like that. Probably better. I just want to get this side done completely and then we can kind of move on. And I use a lot of fine wood, obviously. Okay, not enough fine wood. Now let's get back to this little guy. Where is it? We got stone. Of course not. Yeah, okay. Oh, at least that's good. That's what we'll need to do with all of these. Make sure. It's just for. Okay, we'll do a little repair on these. We'll have them ready so we can slide through this pretty quickly. Oh, that's not too bad. That needs to be done all right. Perfect. Perfect. Not bad, not bad. Ah, I knew that was going to be a disaster. Okay, just that guy to work with. Now let's see. Good, 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 good. There's a lot of this little fine detail to do, you know. And of course knocking out these guys and making sure they're kind of flush on the wood. And the rest is kind of straightforward, although time consuming as well. Nice. That's pretty much finished. And we just keep doing this as we move along, but that's okay for a moment. Let's get back to the important stuff. I shouldn't even be down here. It's down here I need to be on these guys. But it has to be done anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now, oh sugar, there's a piece of grass. I'll have to dig that up later. Really? A lot of those will have to be changed. Every second one of those, apparently. Oh yeah, we've got no workbench for that one. So we definitely have our work cut out here today. Now, we'll do this section by section and we'll finish it. Wood, yeah, well, we've got a lot of wood. We've got about 7,000 wood or more. Oh my wood, oh hang on, I have some here. We'll keep using this away. I won't do the bottom ones until the end, I'd say. Oh, what's the story there? Yeah, it's kind of left open. Here, that'll be a triple. Ah, 2 halves. Center it. I'd imagine. Right, sleepy time, I think. Yeah, we used up that wood pretty quick. Okay, we have a bed around here somewhere. Look around where the lights are. Where are the lights? Down here. Yep, we keep plodding away at that and we'll eventually get it. We're best to 100% a little area and then move on, you know. Especially with that stonework that needs to be kind of redone because of the rugged edges that kind of poke through, you know. I think all of the stone. Okay. Okay, we need wood. Try and fix some of that stonework. Where is it? God, this is very dark. I might have to start doing a few more lights in here, just a kind of temporary thing. We might finish for the lighting. Okay, if that's the case then, yeah, we'll need wood. Okay, let's go get wood. We'll finish with the lighting. Now. Okay, we'll have to finish this corner 100% and then we'll move out. Fair enough. Right. That's wrong there. There we go. Now we'll need some stone. Just to finish this 100%, and once this is done we'll get our lighting then. We'll finish this little area, I would say. Unfortunate, isn't it, both of those? Right, we need stone badly. I'll dump that wood here for a moment. Okay, I could eat another bite. I'll just get those two. Don't want to waste too much food here. Oh, pretty safe. Well, that one is not working. There we go. All right. Now, let me just get this corner out. I'm nearly sure that's how I did the corner. There's no way I came up both ends, did I? No way. Yeah, that's more like it. Right. That's sorted that little thing. There. Now let's see. Ah, I see. Let's get that little guy there. It's giving me a minor problem. Now let's see. There we go. Nice. Okay, this guy. Now I'm almost sure that these guys here, you know, don't go up to the top. Just like these, you know, only on the corners. I'll give one more try and make sure that's how I did it. Only on the corners where I had to. Yeah, that's exactly how I did it. That's probably the best. You don't want to break up the wood too much, too many lines. Now, ah. Well, all these guys here. Need to be changed. Now, let's see. There it is, that's not too bad. Okay. I want to do this here, central. That would save us one piece of tar and have one less join. There, like that. Okay, we gotta fix that little workbench. I got the workbenches down here, I think. Somewhere. Yeah. Oh, come on. There. There we go. Okay, out from the top areas, that's about done. Come on now, don't... There you go. Oh. Wood. Hmm. Well, we'll start getting a few of these lights in the moment. They're a little bit more complicated. And they've got to be kind of central on the beam. Ah, nice, that was lucky. I didn't have to change any of those guys. Well, we pretty much got that except for this guy. Here. That's the beauty of doing the double wall system too. There we go. Now. Okay. Tar. Okay. I think I've got some tar here. We'll have to try a few lights now, guys, I'd say. And get that section, you know, properly finished. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of tar here. There. And where were we here? No, that's ready for light. And so is that one. Oh, hang on, there's a bit to do here. And a bit here. We're not done by a long shot. Now, on that one. And there we go. Now we're ready for 2 lights down here, I'd say. Yeah, okay. Now, these can be tedious, these lightings. Oh, hi Ben B. How are you? I hope you've been well. How long have you been on? Sorry, I haven't been looking at message board in a while. I kind of get so immersed in this. So, what have you been up to? I'll take this opportunity now to get something to drink. And how's your day been? Ooh. Okay, that's better. Now. Good. Nice. That's good there. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. My foot is recovering slowly. I think I might have smashed a few toes. Been a little bit under the weather today, but nothing too bad, you know. And the weather is kind of tolerable now. The humidity level is only about 80%, I think. Maybe late 70s. You know, tolerable. As long as it doesn't creep up to 90 again, we should be okay. Now. Right, we'll keep on with this. So, have you been up to anything interesting today at all? I didn't do much, just a shopping run, walk my dogs, the usual thing. Oh yeah, lighting. The lighting. This can take a few tries to get this right. Let's go bronze, we need 10. There. We need 2 of these. And we need some coal. We'll get some from here. There, okay. Now these can be nasty fitting these lights. In the... Oh, that's cool. Nice. See, you can't go by the lines. You see how far the line is off? With a snap. I'll try and get this in as tight as I can. And it's very, very frustrating. It needs to be smack on the edge of it or the other one will be off. A horrible little thing, isn't it? The lighting. I didn't get the lighting right. Nuisance. An absolute nuisance. I can't do this from the side. I think about there. Oh, the forge. You gotta be kidding me. We gotta bring the forge down. All of that. Silly forge. Now we've got too much. We don't need the wood. Yeah, I forgot about the stupid forge. Typical, isn't it? I need 10 of that wood. I think I'll waddle down with that wood. Oh. Can be chaos doing this sometimes. It's almost time to sleep anyway. Yeah, too dark. Let's sleep. So we'll keep at this until we knock it into shape. Once we get one line of this done, I'll start fitting the chests and stuff in. Okay, round 2. You see that? I think you guys might be able to see it as well. There's a kind of yellow bar to help guide, but it really stops me from seeing the edge when I'm doing this. To be honest, I prefer if it wasn't there. And that is not 100% centered on that, I can tell you. Okay. This is the guy with really... Well, that's not bad. That's pretty decent. Yeah, it is actually centered. That's not bad. I think we'll get away with that one, guys. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Oh no. I'm still not happy with that stupid thing. It's a tad bit off. And I knew that right from the get-go when I was leaving it in. Right from the get-go. Oh, smoke everywhere. I might need some kind of other light here to... I don't know, is it my imagination? My eyesight is not that good with this, but there it is. That's where I want to be. Roughly about there. That looks central. That's more like it, okay. Right. There we go. Okay, problem solved. Perfect. Yeah, okay. That's that one done. And this one should be a little bit easier. Now let's first of all, let's see where this center point is. I'm going to try doing something like this for a change. I want to see if this would help. I'm getting... Oh, it's perfect. It's perfectly centered. That's not bad. Yeah, it seems to be perfectly centered. To around there, I'd say. That's good. That's good. Okay. That's all the lighting done in these two areas. So, I'd say we continue with that, you know, down along for a little bit. Okay, well, we'll see if we can start patching this up now. You know, finishing as we go down, and then, you know, once this little area is done, we can start adding some of the chests. This guy here. Hopefully that should do it, we'll see. Ugh. Okay, we'll try the hard way then. Done. We won't be doing this for a while. Not in the mood. I'll try and keep going with the lighting. Oh, okay, I didn't finish this. Right, let's get it done. Wood, okay. Okay, looks like we're off to get some wood. See, the problem with that is I'll have to dump this junk in for a moment. Uh-oh, I think I might bring down another load of that junk. So, what have we got here? 2 10s. So if I could bring down 28 copper. More sort that one up. 2, 4, 26 actually. 26, 2 copper, 1 tin, 26. I wonder, can we carry some wood? Oh, I have room. Get a little bit more wood. Yeah. Probably carry another 12 or 13. Oh, wrong. There, right. I'll load those up and they can be smelting while we're doing the rest of the woodwork. Instead of waiting on them to be done later, you know. Now, let's keep going with this guy. There's not a lot to do on this. Oh, there's a whole piece missing from that. We'll get that on the way down. Yeah. Okay. Right. Now. So, that's done to here. Now. Let us have a look at these guys here. Oh, tar, we dropped off all our tar and junk down here. Not much tar left there anyway. Where's that stone? There. Oh, we'll start doing the sideboards as well while we're at it. Now, what did I say this here? We still have to do the side pieces, and chances are we'll have to scrap a good few of these. Let me see. Oh, that's a goner. That's okay. Goner. Goner. Okay. All of those except the last one. How's this guy? Okay, we got away with that one at least. So, okay. We have to get this ready for the next light. And all of this junk, isn't it? Hopefully that will do. Ah. Okay. Let's try that one. Not a hope. Not a hope. There. That's all ready for a light. Now, these guys here. You could even leave that out, you know, to be honest, it doesn't really matter. That would be nice for this one. It's absolutely playing no supporting role at all. Huh. Wood. Looks like we're going for wood again for a while. better dump this junk here then for a while. We get some tar while we're up there. We'll be using a lot of materials to get this out. Okay. Ah, that will do. That will do. Now what we're working on this guy. Nice, at least that one is out of the way. Nice. Okay. Getting very dark again. Okay, too dark, too dark. Let's sleep. Way, way, way too dark. Oh, tiring. Very tiring, this. Oh. I'll have a crack at the doors now in a minute as well. But I won't do the design on the outside for a while. There's too much to do in here. Okay. I could do with some fine wood shortly. I want to get my light in here, you know. We're as well to get them in now because I'm really struggling to see what we're doing as well. Oh yeah, hang on, let's get these guys, they're probably done. Yeah, there's enough copper then for a while when these go in. Oh, sugar. Kidding me? We need those little, these little things here. And we need some coal. Let's see if we can carry it on for a second. Should we only get these now? Right. Let's have a crack at these two. There's one there, needs to be done. This one is ready. Well, let's see if it's central. Some of them are, some of them aren't. We'll use that. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, let's get this guy ready. Here. Okay, this is gonna be a nasty little guy. Probably need stone here. I can't see all of these being flush. Okay. No. 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 Okay, a few have to be removed. And I don't have stone. Sugar. Oh, hang on. There's some stone. There we go. Ah. Not good, not good. Try it that way. It's gotta be one of them. Apparently it's that one. Stone, stone, stone. And then this guy. There we go. Oh, that's it. No, one more. One more. And we can try our light. And do the rest of the outside stuff on the wall. Just to complete this section. There'll probably be some junk on the upstairs that kind of slides up to the roof. We'll collect that later. No rush on that. Not sure about that one though. Oh. Yeah, you see that on this side? A tiny bit in there. Unfortunate. That one there. Don't even need to put them in, to be honest, but that's not the one. Oh, it'll have to be the one, I'm afraid. It's the only one that has a chance of working. It should do it. It's still there. You see it? That is horrible. That is an awkward little guy. Okay, let's try the other one. It must be the other one. It's gotta be one of the two. That's it. If that doesn't work, nothing will. There. That's it. We got it. Now let's see if the top guys are in place. Ah. What's wrong with that? That's not snapped properly. Really. There. Okay, we're all ready for the light on this guy. Need one of these guys here. And these are not even close to being centered. We gotta do our little guessing game again here now. That kinda looks okay. Looks okay from there anyway. I think we have it. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty central. There, that's another one. I know, it's kind of a long process doing this, but it does make a big difference. The grass, I'll have to get rid of that stupid grass. Oh my. I might be able to use my cultivator here to do this. The same difference really. Might work. There. That's just as good. Instead of going back and getting the whole... Alright. There. That's all fixed. Now, I don't really want to start these yet here. We have a bit of stone. Let's swap these guys and try to fix the wall. We'll be needing some fine wood shortly as well, I'd say. We just get a few of these guys out. Gotta get our window surrounds as well. Oh. We need stone. Okay. Let's go get some stone. And wood, apparently. And now there's seen some wood here. There it is. Oh, and tar. Not bad. Not much in the wood section, is there? No. Okay, we go get some wood and stone. Wood and stone. Yeah. We just keep grinding it down bit by bit. We'll eventually have it finished. Now, I think we've got all our tar here, don't we? Over here. Getting too much, okay. Get rid of, oh, sugar. There. Now, let's keep at this. Okay, that's kind of strange. I can push it back one in this, but we'll have to scrap these. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay, start from the edges of the doorway. Yeah, it's a double wall, so I'll be able to hide at least 1 meter, which we're 1 meter too long on there for some reason. I don't want to double it over, it tends to glitch a lot. I suppose you could if you wanted to like that, but yeah, the little glitching area. Now we can hide the edge. Suppose we'll have to do the same here. Come on. There. I think that one is done as well. Oh yeah, there's actually 4 doors. Ah, I see. I put 4. I thought I put 2. Oh well. Okay. I want to be going from here. I'll do the rest of that later. We're getting too far off track here now. Right, so far so good with this. Right, we need to sleep and then I'll hop up and get some fine wood. We'll do the smaller decorations. I think we might need some tar as well. Where's that bed? Ah, come on, where's that bed? Oh, hang on, it's down the other side. Yeah, it's down here. Here we go. We'll have a look at those doors in a moment. We'll be coming out with a path anyway, regardless, so. Let's see if I could. Maybe if I could bring it all the way over. It all depends on how it snaps. I'm not sure. You know how even the walls are to the house. They're pretty close, but the outside, you know, dirt walls. Oh, what did I say I needed to fix the sky and okay. I think it's time we built another workbench. Now we need wood and we need tar. Do it honey as well. Okay. Oh, fine wood, fine wood, fine wood. Okay, let's just get a good batch of fine wood for a moment. Yeah. That'll keep us going for a while. There's a few little bits and pieces I need to even up before we carry on. There. What do I like for fine woods? 80. Do a few more. So we don't have to be running and racing looking for that junk. Okay, we're going for fine wood. We're not short a lot to finish on that. Now, we get some wood and tar. And we'll keep going with this guy. Lights are probably more important because they'll help us a lot when we're doing this. Okay, wood and tar. Will do. We'll have to nip back for some more food shortly, but we can last it out for a little longer. Now, where were we? We want to start to get some of this nailed down properly here. Okay, let's do the heavy stuff. Oh, we didn't frame the windows either. We'll have to do that shortly. And those ones are going right up to there. Those. And then we're coming across like this, if you remember. On these guys. On the corners. There. Now. Yeah, I need some stone for that, will I? And that's going straight across, 2 straight down, and I don't have stone. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep working on these. We'll use up the stuff we have. Wood. Not surprised. Okay. I think I've seen a little bit of wood back here. It could be wrong. On the other side here. We've got some tar. There it is. Oh, there's the stone we were looking for. Be a tree. Always with a tree. Okay, you're driving me nuts, where are you? No, you don't deserve a blow. Giving me a headache, those guys. Our wolves need feeding as well. I suppose I'll take out a few of these. Yeah, that's okay. I hear some guy. Oh, there he is. 2 of them. Oh. Why not? We'll go on a little scavenge. Oh, too slow there. Oh dear. Oh, one of the guys left over from the attack. You see that? That attack was ages ago. You see him there? And he's killed a deer somewhere, has he? Yeah, he killed a deer. You do A lot of the wood, alright. Yeah, you get a few of those left over. They seem to stay indefinitely. That attack was, what, 2 hours ago maybe? That was a 2-star boar, guys. Now, if I didn't have a 2-star boar, I wouldn't find him. But he was a 2-star. We don't need him, we've got tons back at the settlement. But if you're really looking for him, you'd never find him. Yeah, this will give us a little break for a moment. I need a ton of these eventually, so... Now would be a good time to just collect a few. Especially the deer meat. It's funny, I thought I seen one in here. Okay, that's enough. Let's get back in. Get back. Let's clear the area for a while, I'd say. Still on, yeah. I'll be on for just over another hour. Yeah, another hour or so. But still on. The work I'm doing here is time consuming, you know. And there was some guys outside who were driving me nuts, giving me a migraine, so I killed them all. Should give me some peace for a while. Let's dump that junk here for a moment. There. This is what we've been doing. Oh, sugar. Yeah, I might as well pick it out now. I suppose. I'll leave it in here. But I was doing the lights and the woodwork. It takes time. And this here, remember this was pretty empty, pretty Spartan. So this takes ages to do, you know, because the stone can glitch through the wood. So I've got to scrap the stone and try different sides to get a smoother edge on these guys. Okay. Let's keep going with this then. Yeah, we've got our guys out of the way. What did I say we were going to do? Well, we'll have to work on the lighting, unfortunately. So we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, we've got these 4. Okay, we'll get this guy in next. And then that one. And then we'll do a bisection. Okay, maybe this one. Right, let's see. That needs to be removed. It's not too bad. That will do. That needs to be removed. Just a tiny bit, but you know, I just don't want any of the stuff showing through. And that one. Fair enough. Okay. Let's get these ones here. That. And those are done already. So I'll be needing stone. Nice. I have some stone as well. Yeah, they're really cool. But I was doing with the ordinary wood. I was doing the main base, and I've been kind of going out of my way not to know the pieces in the game. And the second I picked up a piece of tar, and the darkwood option came up, and I built one. I said, yeah, no, we're using this, not the other stuff. The other stuff is okay in small quantities, but the tar wood is really nice, you know. I'm looking forward to kind of unlocking the rest of the pieces as well. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on the marble, you know, a little bit of it, especially for flooring. That would have, let's say, you know, if I was doing a castle, which I'm going to try and do in the mountains if I can find a good enough spot, really nice in the mountains, you know, with the snow. You're talking, you know, like the kind of Skyrim thing, you'd have that kind of long built-up hallway and a raised level with a throne. You could do the flooring maybe with that, with maybe a few bits of pillars here and there, and then you could use a red jute as a kind of runner, you know, leading up to the throne. Come on over. That would be fun to work with a marble. Now, where are we and what was I doing? Was it this one here? Okay, we'll use this one for a while. We'll just get a few of these in. Why not? We have no wood again. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to get wood this time. Okay, we're kind of using wood fast. Right, let's go and get some wood. But soon we'll have it all kind of tied down. Yeah, they're pretty dangerous, the tar guys. Very unpredictable. But we haven't been caught by them yet. You almost have to plan your attack on those. Well, almost always there's a fueling village around. And depending on where both of them are situated, you can kind of get them fighting, you know, to kind of thin out the ranks, you know. But it's best to clear the locks from around the area as well. Like, let's say you go in, you manage to, you know, get them out, you know, you're kind of damaged, you know, you're probably on a run from 3 or 4 fuelings, your stamina is pretty low, and then a Lox joins in, and then you're dead. Yeah, you're dead. It's best to get a spot, you know, a good spot. I find, let's say, to keep a small stream between me and them, pretty good, you know, where I'd put up my portal, jump the stream, they'll have to swim, they're slowed down, defenseless, straight line, you know, sitting ducks. But you'd be taking out the mosquitoes and the Lox in the area before you do. It's probably a good option. Okay, where is this stupid wood? I'm gonna have to put signs in this like a supermarket, you know that? There, that's enough wood surely for a while. Okay, sugar, where it's up here. Definitely for the stairs anyway. I'll put up a few signs later. And shoot them with a bow as well. I like to keep the area kind of pristine. You know, once I dig out the tar, I'll fix it up. So I try to do it with low impact, you know. Even when I take out the fueling villages, I'll kind of grass it over. You know, like they were never there. Erase them from history. It gives me something to do. It's good practice, you know. Some of the tar pits are quite easy, you know, the raised ones. Some can be a handful, alright. So I go with a trench kind of thing instead of the pit. It's easier to fix, you know, once you're finished. Okay, what are we doing? This junk here. Okay, I'll just do a few more of these. It's getting too late. We need to sleep. Oh, sugar. I know even. Did we have a lot of tar? Oh, we only had one tar. Okay, let's dump all this. We'll be getting some tar shortly. But we do have to sleep. It's a pretty slow process, you know. The bow is your only chance, alright. You know, if you're lucky, there's 4 to 5, depending. If you're lucky, you would take out 2, maybe even 3, without them noticing, you know. The next guy up, you know, will come charging, and as long as he doesn't jump, he's pretty easy. And then the ducking and diving with the last 1 or 2. Well, that's kind of works out as long as no one else joins in, you know. And that's when it can get really nasty really quick. It's a stamina thing, you know, not being able to move. That's what will get you caught every time. Now, okay. Let us carry on. See, I don't like doing this in the dark. That's why I've been doing the lighting as well. Now, let's have a look. Oh, hopefully we won't have to replace any of these. Oh, that's pretty decent. Right. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That one is done already, and so is that, and so is that. That's cool. Now, these ones would probably have to be... Oh, that's okay. And that's okay. So is that. And that. Okay, we're lucky enough for those guys. I can't see this work much longer. Yeah, that's not bad. All of the stones are facing the right way. Ah! There's always one, isn't there? Okay, that's no good. That's no good. It should be okay. Yeah, they're not bad. That's no good. Neither is that. Okay. I don't want to really do much of the woodwork down here too quickly. It's the lighting I really need to work on the fine details. You know, from here. And then we'll start moving the chests in once we get one line, you know, reasonably right. The doors, and I'll have to work on the outside a little bit. At least some of it. So I know, figure out what way I want to do it. This is next here. This is the one we wanted to do. So we go back, we grab some stone, and we sort this guy out once and for all. We put a light in here. You see these half ones here? It doesn't really matter because we're covering in the wood, so you could get away with not even putting them in, but it gives us a little bit more strength. see anyone I've left open. That means that it will shine through, so I'll come back over with this. Here. We'll get it nice and neat. Just one more. Well, that looks to be okay, we'll see. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. Now we'll get ready to do this light. One more here. And now we go get our bronze. Get another light in. When it's ready and waiting to take the light. And then we'll be kind of finished that section here. Let's just do these two here for a moment. Just to get them out of the way. Oh, sugar. Ah, you little... Oh, how many times have I done that? I'll sort out the pathway. Well, the stairs won't be staying here. I'll have to slightly change it a bit, depending on the pathway. If I can get the pathway low enough, maybe I'll get some kind of different snap on that. Now, what are we doing? This guy. Okay, we need, what was it, bronze and those link thingies. Oh, hi Blonde. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been, Blonde? Are you doing some Skyrim tonight? We're still working on the bottom section of our it's just 2 bronze of our warehouse. We're gonna have to make some junk. This could be a little bit dodgy. Of course. We need 5 tin. Okay, we're out of tin. Okay. We've gotta go get some tin. Yeah, using the stupid smelters all the time as well. No. Got the tin. Here, I have some made up already. I'm gonna bring down 20. That should keep us going for a while. I suppose we could grab some wood. There should be room for maybe 50. Yeah, that would do. I'll fix that doorway later. And the decorations on the inside of that. Didn't really get to finish the stairway yet. Now. Okay. Yeah, let's leave that junk here. Probably better off. And now we'll go up and we'll start making this bronze. It should be enough for 3 lights, I think. We'll have to put another batch on shortly. There, that's enough for 3 lights. Now, sugar. Now, okay. Let's work this guy. Where are we? Here. It seems to be pretty central. That stupid light. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be too bad. Yes. Oh, nice. Skyrim. Now, just let me get something to drink, guys. And we'll see if we can close down as much of this as we can. I've still got an hour, so, you know, we should be able to get some of it done. Let's see if I can get some fresh soda. Here we go. Now. Oh, that's better. So, what were you doing? You said you finished, was it a Brotherhood or the Thieves Guild? No, you think you did the Thieves Guild a good while back. And were you on long? Were you streaming for long? The Brotherhood. Nice. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago you finished the Thieves Guild, wasn't it? Well, that looks... No, it's not exactly central. You see that tiny bit off. We'd have to kind of work... Let's see if I can get the light around. Stupid. We'd have to work something... I would say like that there. Coal. Okay. I keep forgetting the coal. Really? Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, that's not exactly central. A little bit behind it. Yeah, it's about there, I'd say. No, that was stupid. There. That would probably work, guys. Now use the longer one. And that should be central. But that's provided we actually had some tar. Oh, we left the tar down here. This is stupid. You need so many different pieces. Where are you? There. There. No. We'll try and get it tied down. Oh, hi Phoenix. How have you been? Well, I hope. Just got home. Nice. Were you out and about or just working? Probably working. Without getting a bounty. Nice. You probably used a bow. My favorite weapon for that would be a bow. Oh, I see. Back from vacation. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't drive for very long. You know, every 15-20 minutes I've got to stop, get out and walk around because of my sciatica and back. Yeah. So I mostly use, if I can, trains and stuff. You know, if I'm going a long distance. Oh, I don't know how you did it, Phoenix. An hour would kill me. Yeah. That's gonna really, you know, hurt for a while, I'd say. I just couldn't do that. A train is a nice way to travel. But here, when you get to a certain age, they'll give you a pass, and you know, you get free train rides. So there's no excuse not to use it. You know. Although I'll have to use mine more, I'd say. I pushed the statue. Oh, sorry, the wedding. Yeah. I forgot about that. That's the one in the wedding in Solitude. Yeah, the statue. The loose statue. Did you escape through the vaults? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, escape through the vaults and out the back and you're gone. So you did the quest, the other quest beforehand, so the vaults will be cleared out so you'd, yeah, get a key. She wasn't home to visit. Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, this guy here. I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's try with the other one, but I think it's slightly off. Ah! Sugar. It needs to go in a little bit closer. It's a pity. That might be a bit better. Let's see. Okay. There we go. That's it. Perfect. There, that's done. That would work. Okay, let's work on this little guy. We'll try and do them two at a time. You know, going to the end, although they're nasty, but still need to be done. I've been home, sure. Your story, yeah. Ah, I see. Went to the wrong address. Probably your sat nav messed up. Does it all the time, Phoenix. Okay, have we stone? We need stone for this guy. There's a few repairs on this. 2 stone, that is not enough. I'm really sure we have some stone stored here. We have, not a lot, but some. Okay, let's get this guy done. Try and get that light in. After that light, I will try and fix up one of these. We'll get, we'll start to get the chests and stuff in. Try and get it to a finish, this little section, and then we'll move on. You know, doing it 100%. Or else we start missing areas. Very easy to miss a few pieces. Anyway. Ah! Always with those ones. Always give me trouble. There. Okay, just one more, and then we're ready for the light, and then we'll concentrate then on finishing these. No, just wanted to get a few of the lights in so we could see what we're doing. I needed to go in anyway, regardless. There, okay. Round 2. Wood. I'll have a look at these after as well and see if I can make a few improvements, but I think that would be about it for the time being. Now let's get the other junk. Yeah, they're not exactly central, you see them on their snaps. Now, we need the bronze, that guy there. Oh, that's tin. Where's the bronze? There it is. Oh, we just need half of that. Right, okay. We'll do our best for this guy, see if we can get it in. Not exactly. More about there, I'd say. Yeah, that looks half decent. Maybe a tad more, but we'll see. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think we'll do with that. Yeah, that would do. Okay. Now, we'll get some sleep and then we'll start this stuff. I need to move this out of the way and then we'll get it closed in and I'll get it finished. We'll do it step by step. Monster's house. Okay. Right, let's get ready then for this one. I'll just get this junk moved. I will throw them in here for a moment. There, now I get some sleep. Getting way too late. Definitely. Wrong number. Right, okay. Now, this is a complicated little guy here. So we'll need 60 fine wood and 12 metal to start first row here on this. We're better off removing these for a moment so we can get an edge on it. So, what did I say? Fine wood and metal. Okay. 60 fine wood. We'll get 120 for the 2 rows. And that's 120, so 24 metal. We'll probably have to make a couple of runs. I think I've got some here. Oh, there's 24 metal. Okay, now we'll bring down the fine wood. Okay, we'll get a decent supply of fine wood. I'll have to light these up eventually. Now, 50, 120. Okay, we get another 50, I'd say. And then another 10. There. Hello, Toby. Up you go. Now, that should keep us going for a while. This is a complicated little bugger, this one. You know, it's got to be kind of spot on. Of course, I'm carrying too much sugar. Now, here we go. The first one has to be spot on or the whole thing won't work. Now, I think I might need a bit of wood for this first. Oh, that's funny, that's fine what I picked up, not wood. Yeah, we've got some mud here. 6, exactly what we need. Okay. Right, let's give this a try. Actually, I'm stupid. It goes up on the other section. Yeah, we'll leave that for a while, we don't need it. Now, I don't want to get my character in the way here. So I'm thinking about there, I'd say. Now this is the ones that we've got to be right up close for these. There's just 6 of these to go in. And keeping that little kind of dark line there. Let me have a look at that. It's not too bad. Then we get this guy in here. You can tell on the bottom section if it's kind of leveled up. It's kind of hard to do this with an analog stick on this controller. There. Yeah, something like that. It all depends on the last one, really. It's all down to the last one. If I got the first one right, it should be okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That would do. There you go. That's about right. There. That's the first level. Tomorrow. Oh. Marrow, you're killing him. I've got... Nice. Well over 1800. Cool. Now this is where I get the wood and we get ready for the next one. And we patch this up here. At stage 1, we'll need this little guy here for just for a moment, you know, while we get up to the next level. And then we'll put this guy here, and that's where I was supposed to... Oh, wrong way. Oh, wait. Oh. We're short. Of course. Now, we go for the other line and then we can finish that. So, where do we dump this junk? Oh, sugar. I dumped it down here somewhere. Iron. There it is. Fine wood. Okay, let's go. Now, keep a look at my hog, guys. I don't want to get burned from that thing and get killed. It's happened a couple of times. I gotta be careful. These are more awkward because it's very hard to see it properly. You gotta be really up close to these. And the smoke is a killer. Yeah, you look at my health in case I'm getting roasted off that thing behind me. I'm not 100% happy with that one, but we'll see. Oh, that stupid lamp. And now this guy's big head. And the smoke. Let's see if this worked out. It looks decent. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. I'm not 100% happy with this guy here, but yeah, it looks okay. Right, let's close this up. Now I just need to go get my coal. It's down here. We'll get signs in. We'll get everything in working order. Where is that coal? There you go. Now, right. Oh, wood. Fine wood. Sugar. Okay, we've got no wood. What do we like for tar? Tar is okay, it's just the wood. That's all fine wood, isn't it? No, there's some wood. Perfect. Now... Oh, that's stupid, to say the least. There. That guy. I get the junk out of there. Now, we're almost there. Almost level 91. Nice. Now, we're back to the fine wood for a moment. We need 6. Just enough, guys. 6. Right. We need these guys here. There we go, and our 2 signs, and that's one of them done. But a lot of work. But then most of our time we spent on the walls anyway, I suppose. And there, that's a finished section. And then we can just pop in whatever, you know, on the sign. And that's it for that one. But it's nice and it's neat and it holds a ton of stuff. You know, let's say wood and stone will hold 50 in a section. You know, some will hold 10 like cores or ores, sometimes 30, some 20 like troll skins, but assuming you put 50 in every slot, this would hold 1200, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000, let me see, 1200, so what's that, 7,200, 14,400 just in that side alone. So 28.8 on the entire pillar, depending on what you're holding there, you know. And that's a lot of storage. It's worth the extra metal, I think. I finished Lost to the Ages the other day, so now I've been working on getting more Ethereum. To make more things, yeah. We just get one in vanilla, so you're probably using a mod to make other stuff. Nice. And that's it, that will be a finished one. A lot of work. I think I'll have to grind on this later today as well. But we still have some time. I can't believe I've been on 5.5 hours already. It just goes so quickly. So, that's the way it will go. We'll work on some of this here for a little bit. And try and get these done. I'll try and smarten these up here. I'll get them finished. Tar. Okay, we're out of tar. I think it's time to start storing our junk over here for a moment. What's that? Okay, we won't be... Well, we might be needing some of the fine wood, but we can always come back and get it. Not a biggie. Okay, let's get some tar. A little bit more wood. And we'll tie down the little nasty bits. Right, let's get to it. Okay. That's wrong. Wrong. It's actually that one there. Problem of doing things in the dark too. Okay, we'll need stone. Oh, it's a... there's no 1 meter pieces in this, and this really ticks me off. You know, maybe my sugar. Turn it the other way. It might cool down in a moment. Here. But that's the only way we gotta overlap them. The only way we're gonna get away with it. Now, I'm sure this would probably have to be changed. This is why I left it out, is it? No. Okay, we'll get away with that one as well. That's horrible, isn't it? There might glitch a little less. Starting to get a bit dark, I'd say, but we'll keep pushing with this. Oh, we have to frame the windows, guys. That's the one thing I forgot. I think I'll do that. We'll sleep because I'd normally forget something like that. We do the window framings. It takes 3 pieces each window. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll prioritize that before we fix the walls and all of that. Right. Now, where are we going to start from? Okay, that tower is not going to last long, but we'll start from the bed here. Where's that bed? There. So we'll start from here. Now, gotta make sure we get it up enough. Get it snapped properly. Stupid little thing. I want it up high. Okay, that's one. Two. Okay, that's that section then there. Now I get the other side of the door. We should have enough tower. Make sure it's slipping up high enough. And then these guys. Okay, that's one whole side done there. Where the smaller windows are. Now, we'll need tower shortly, I'd say, but we'll go for this to the next side of the door. Oh, I see. Larger window. Larger one again. Okay, 2 large ones. Right, that's up to the door. Now, wood, strangely enough. I thought it was tar that was going to lead me down. Yeah, we'll get some tar, we'll get some wood. Okay. I'll do the chests later today because they're the most tedious by far. present. Wrong side. There we go. That should keep us going for a while. So really, without the tower, can't do much. Okay, where do we start from anyway? Oh. There. That hammer is gonna go any second as well. Where is that workbench? I think we're better off. Oh, there's one here. Nice. Okay. So, we've finished. What was it? Yeah, that's done. That's done. Okay, this corner is basically finished here, except these. We'll get those in a moment. Right, we'll finish it up. Right to the door. Now. That's one side. Yeah, I should have doing these earlier. That's that. Okay, we're halfway there. I think, or a little bit more. Can we start from here? Okay. I need some stone. Sugar. I better do it now because I'll forget later. That stone. Yay! We got some stone. These guys, I think, are going this way. Here. Yeah. Then with these ones coming like this. There. Might as well get a little bit of that done. There, I'll do the groundwork. Oh, I should be doing it now. We'll just focus on the windows. Alright, let's down to that one. And then we just that corner and then we're done. With the windows anyway. On the inside. Okay, I don't know how we're gonna keep this stupid wood and tar going. What do I like for tar? Oh, tar's not too bad, but would need some more. Okay. This is all fine, but it is. Yeah. Yeah, we'll drop the tar in as well. We get a fresh batch. Oh, yeah, there's a good bit of the tar missing now. Now I'm trying to find where we were, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, this is where we were. Okay, done. 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 So, this corner here. Back to the door and that's finished. Yeah, that's the last of it, just this corner. And we can focus on the other junk. Right. I bought the reindeer. Oh yeah, outside of oh, where the Khajiits are. Winterhold, was it? I think it was Winterhold. Yeah. That Santa thing. The problem is with that guy, once you dismiss him, he'll go right back there. But at least he's unkillable, you know? I think. I hope he is. Oh, sorry, Dawnstar. Yeah. Yeah, Dawnstar. Dawnstar. Yeah, well, the Khajiits there have that camp. It's also where one of the developers' chests are, right beside that area. Yeah, I used to collect them before. And the do not delete chests. Okay, just one more little piece down here and then we're out. Just these 3 windows. Oh, hang on, they're done. What the? They're done, they're done, they're done. That's it, we're done. Yeah, I started the whole side, didn't I? That's it. Nice, okay. That's the windows out of the way. Let's see if we can do something with this and brighten them up a little bit. Fix them. Oh, the triple ones. Oh, we need the flooring as well, don't we? Forgot about that one. The flooring. Okay. Yeah, well, the problem with the flooring is, you You can't really do the flooring until we do the side pieces. So we go back to there. I'll keep at these guys for a while. I'll still have to be there anyway. Might as well be now. There's a lot to do, isn't there? Wood, not surprised. Been kind of hard on the wood. Using a lot of wood. Oh, hi, Par. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. And how have you been? And thanks for that shout out, Blonde. Sorry, I missed that. I was so into this. How have you been, Par? And what have you been up to? What have you been streaming? Pretty good. And you? How have you been, Par? In the zone, yeah. In the zone. I got to eat now because it was a long one. Was playing Call of Duty. Cool. I hope you enjoy your meal and thanks again for raiding, Par. Take care. Have a good one. Doing great. Ah, that's good. Yeah, we have still a little bit of time left on this. And we'll be raiding out shortly ourselves. Just trying to get as much of this as I can done. You know, we spent a good while getting up the resources for this. So, we'll be doing a bit on this one. Let's see if I got anything here I can use. Not really. Okay, we'll drop it down at the other section. And we just get as much of this as possible. Okay, where did I throw this junk? Here. Okay, let's throw this junk here as well. For a moment. And we'll get some more. Yeah, it should be okay. There's a ton of workbenches around there. How do I... Oh, the stairway is here somewhere. This place is way too big. Now, let me just get something to drink. No problem, and thanks for that, I appreciate it. Call of Duty, nice. My sons play that. I've never played it myself. Okay. Now... Right, let's see how much more of this we can get done. I'll keep the pressure off me after when I come back home and try and get this over and done with. And the lights, okay, are pretty nitty gritty, you know, getting those. Okay, we're getting some tar. Getting low on tar. Some more wood. We're definitely eating up the wood, alright. Oh. I see. There. Now, let's get a little bit more of this. Okay. As I move along here, we'll be checking later again. Just get the heavy stuff done, I'd say. Yeah, the audio is taking a bit of a hit. It does that sometimes on this game. Yeah, I think I'll try and finish this myself later today. It is pretty repetitive, isn't it? Very, very repetitive. I've got convenient horses and I can talk to them, so I will probably be able to assign. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. To a home. That would be cool. To get it away from Bad Santa. At, where was it, Dawnstar? There's always attacks down that end as well. Pretty bad spot to leave it, to be honest. Dawnstar has always been a bit of a problem. There's 3 random encounter places pretty close by all that. I'll tell you, this is going to take a lot of tar, isn't it? My goodness. Just goes on forever. It's a bit on the big side, alright, this warehouse. But still, it'll pay off on storage. Yeah, we wanted a lot of storage area, so we definitely got it. We definitely got our wish. And of course we're gone for wood. We'll just sleep for a little. I'll have it just a couple of more minutes after this and that will do me then. Just try and get as much as I can done. I can tell my horses that this is your new home and they will stay. Yeah, I was running a mod called My Home is Your Home. Yeah, it was pretty good. But being able to do it with animals is pretty neat. I've also adopted homeless children. The 2 boys and girls. Nice. Do you run better adoptions? You can get up to 6 with better adoptions and extra dialogue as well. With kind of the second part of that mod. Yeah. Better adoptions. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I was running that. It's a must, isn't it? And My Home is Your Home as well. That's probably my favourite mod on that. But I think they were the only 2 I was using. Oh yeah, I was using a one as well where there's a carriage at every major town or something. You know, like Dawnstar. And what's the other one? Not exactly a carriage stop. It's called Carriage Stops of Skyrim. That was good. That's pretty decent. It's very low impact and, you know, very lore friendly. You know, and it's the way I think it should have been. You know, Dawnstar should have had a carriage. You know, all of them should have had. You know, any sizable place, you know, should have had a carriage. Or at least a carriage stop. Yeah, we have no wood. Okay, let's go up and get a bit more wood. But I'll do the rest of this later today, I'd say. But to be honest, I really need to be sourcing more tar. You see the hit we took on that tar. A huge, huge hit. Yeah, let's get this and put it away safely, I'd say. We'd probably be better doing that. Yeah, just in case. I don't think it will despawn, but, you know, just in case. Good morning, Fighting Hour. And how have you been? Hope you've been well. Convenient carriages also. Oh, yeah, I've seen that one. Didn't they put one out at that new farm as well? There's a carriage stopped there outside Iverstead. Yeah, we've been nailing down the bottom section here. We eventually got enough junk to give it a good try. Okay, we're okay for tar. We'll just go get some wood. We'll give it one more run and that should do. The rest I'll try and get to a little later. So how's your day been, Fighting Hour? We took a big hit on wood, but that's not a problem. It's easy enough to source. Not a biggie. How am I getting down here? This is the last thing I'll do. I'll put stair signs on this. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, definitely have to put some stair signs. Okay. The bed should be down this end then. Somewhere. But this stuff I'll do later. You know, the little packing in. Okay. Here it is. We'll just use that up and we should be good then from there. There. Okay. Let's work on these little guys here. Okay, my god, there's a lot of woodwork on this. I think we've nailed down most of it. I think we've got most of it. No. Damn, that's one large warehouse. No stops. Yeah, that's the one. Rogue said, I believe, in the towns. Yeah, that is a really good mod, that carriage stops of Skyrim. You know, it's not too much. Just a little bench and a little light, you know. And then you get a map marker. You've got it discovered as well, which is kind of nice. They don't make it too easy. Yeah, I was impressed with that. You know, it just wasn't too much. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. There. Okay, I'll just keep hammering this for a little while. You're talking about a ton of tar. Absolute ton. Gone for wood. God, the amount of materials here. Unbelievable amount of materials. That's wrong. No. That's it for tar. Okay, I think I'll leave it here, guys. I've done just over 6 hours, so what I'll do is I will save it here. And we'll go raid someone. Yeah, in just about 6 hours, 10 minutes. Just wanted to get that last batch out. But we did a little bit at exploring, you know, closed down a few more places. But most importantly, we've made a big hit on this, you know, getting it ready. And it will be all like this, you know, when it's done with the lighting and, you know, our little storage section. I start moving the ore and stuff down here. You see, I think I'll need a metal and ore down here because I might have to put up a few smelters out here every now and again to smelt it, you know, instead of shipping it back, which would be silly. But that's not too bad. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. And thanks again. Oh, my pleasure, guys. My pleasure, Jay. And have a good one, Blonde. And thanks again for raiding. So thanks, guys, for following and raiding tonight. Appreciate it. So goodbye, Jay. Goodbye, Blonde. Take care, guys. And stay safe. I hope you have a good one. Also, Young, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Perry, Terry, Tags. Take care. And thanks for hanging out. Also Andy, I hope you have a good day, Andy. And thanks again for the raid, Power. And thanks, Raiders, for accompanying Power on that raid. Also Harry, yeah, Harry was on earlier, so have a good one, Harry. And of course Phoenix. I hope you have a good day, Phoenix, and I hope your back improves, yeah. But yeah, that would kill me, 13 hours on a drive like that. Nasty. And let's see who else was on. Of course, thanks again for stopping by and following Crazy as Asian. Appreciate it. And thanks for stopping by, Benby. I hope you have a good day. And of course you too, Coca Dwarf. And thanks for the raid, Chan. Appreciate it. How would I pronounce that? Kuriyami. Yeah, Kuriyami Chan. I think that's how it's pronounced. Hopefully. And thanks for hanging out, Papu. I hope you have a good day. And of course Targ. Yeah, have a good one, Targ. And Ashriel. And Andy. Take care, guys. And I think we mentioned Young and Tags. And that's everyone I can see. I've probably forgotten a few. If I have, my apologies, and to everyone who's watching and looking. I appreciate it, guys. And you too, Tags. I hope you have a good one. So I will go straight to a raid, guys. Of course, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. I'm hoping to get a little bit more done on this before I stream again, or at the very least get some more tar. Tar is going to be an issue here to finish it. My God, I've used probably about 2,000 tar on this so far. Yeah, and it's hard to get, It is hard to get. So I'll go straight to raid, guys. I hope in the meantime, you all have a great day and stay safe. So let's see who's streaming.